5 o'clock, so we'll call the Transportation Commission meeting for February 18th, 2026 to order. And Ariana, please read the instructions.
Sorry, I was trying to get my camera on here. Okay, there we go. All right. Welcome to our virtual meeting. We're going to cover a few basic items before beginning. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. To members and city staff, members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak or ask questions. Staff, click raise hand when you're asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on committee members in the order in which hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the commission, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Ariana. Aiden, if you could call a roll, please.
Yep. So Alder Harrington McKinney.
I don't see her on here.
All right. Alder Okovich.
Present.
Sean O'Brien.
Present.
Dina Nina Martinez Rutherford.
Present.
Ann Kovich.
Here.
Robbie Weber.
Here.
Denise Jess.
I'm here.
Pepe Barros.
Here.
Bill Bremer.
Bill? Can you hear us?
Again, I said here.
Oh, okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you. Harold Cleams.
Here.
Kaylee Jameson.
Here.
Lynn Olson.
Here.
And then Chris McHale is excused.
Okay, so in terms of alternates, Haley, since Chris isn't here, you should be able to make motions and vote the whole meeting. And Lynn, as long as Alder Harrington McKinney does not appear, you would also be able to make motions and vote. So we'll kind of keep our eye on that. All right. So everybody have a chance to look at the minutes from the last meeting, which would have been January 21st, since the February 4th meeting was canceled. We need a motion if you've reviewed them and are willing to approve. Alder Martinez Rutherford.
Move approval.
Okay. I think you and Alder O'Brien were in a race to get your hands up at the same time.
I'll second that.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay. I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote in favor, unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, the motion is carried. I'm just going to double check and make sure nobody's in attendees. Oh, looks good. All right, item 1. I believe we have somebody, some people registered to speak. Is that right, Aiden?
That is correct. Yep.
Okay.
So first we have Ben Marsh of West Lawn Avenue wishes to speak.
Hi, can
Go
you
ahead,
hear me?
Ben. Sure. Go ahead, Ben. You have 3 minutes.
Great. Hi, my name is Ben Marsh. I've been a Madison resident for 20 years. I'm a lifelong cyclist and a proud pedestrian. I'm speaking to honor the memory of Sasha Rosen and advocate on his behalf and behalf of his friends and family. When we look at the circumstances around Sasha's death, I think by conventional standards, nearly everything was done to ensure that pedestrians could cross Park Street safely. The speed limit is 25 miles an hour. The crosswalk is painted. There's a flashing light and clear signage. There's a median pedestrian refuge. And from the reports I've read online, Sasha proceeded across the street following all the reasonable precautions. And despite all of this, he was still killed. So what we know is that even when everything is done right by our conventional standards, it isn't good enough. And what I'm asking for today is to rethink these standards. If we truly want to achieve the goals of Vision Zero initiative, then we need new standards. We need traffic calming on South Park Street. There are 7 wide and straight lanes, and it feels like a highway, and drivers kind of drive like it is one. I think we should put up orange barrels like we did on West Wash, and we should do it tomorrow. I think longer term, I think we should make more permanent changes like raised crosswalks, narrow lanes, curb bump outs, red stoplights instead of flashing yellow. There are a lot of options. I won't list them all here. I also think we need more enforcement. I have heard that Madison police don't have the resources to adequately enforce the traffic laws. I don't know if that's true or to what extent. I don't understand why it would be true, and I'm skeptical that there aren't some creative solutions to overcome this barrier. I Googled some solutions to improve enforcement, and I found a long list of good ideas. I won't go through them here today. So finally, I would just encourage the committee to kind of think beyond the conventional standards for pedestrian safety. Let's do more. We are Madison, and we should be leading Wisconsin and the nation on pedestrian and bike safety. And I think we do okay, but we should do better. I think traffic calming should not be a retroactive solution that we implement after every tragedy. It should just be the norm. Let's not wait for the next fatality on Monroe Street or Regent Street, University, Johnson Mineral Point, or any other road that anyone familiar with this city knows is objectively dangerous for pedestrians. Let's invest seriously in multimodal transport, get ahead of the exponential growth that Madison's going to experience over the coming decades. We can design Madison to be a place that moves cars quickly or one that protects people first, and the choice is ours to make. Thank you all for your time.
Thanks for coming in there and sharing your thoughts, Ben. Does anybody have any questions for Ben? And Ben, I would encourage you to stay for the meeting because item number 3 on the agenda is a discussion of traffic safety on South Park Street. So we'll be delving more into, I'm sure, some of the things that you just talked about. So again, thanks for coming and sharing your thoughts. Who else do we have, Aiden?
So next we have Margot Rosen of Beekman Place, Washington, and wishes to speak.
Go ahead.
Okay, very good. Forgive me, I didn't realize I had to manually unmute. Can you hear me now?
I can, thank you.
Okay,
Go ahead.
great. Yes, I am Margot Rosen. I am Sasha Rosen's aunt and one of Nadja Rosen's sisters. As you know, Sasha died on Thursday, February 5th while crossing Park Street to catch his school bus on what should have been just another day of his senior year at West. So I'm here tonight speaking for Sasha because he's not here to speak for himself about the very real consequences that your work on this commission impacts. I spent the last week furiously learning about all the conditions that exist which allowed this incident to occur. I think on some level, my brain believed that if I could just put the pieces together, I'd be able to undo this unspeakable truth. I've been really desperate for clarity so I could point to all the systemic failures at play. And what I've learned is that there are many people trying their best to make Madison Street safer. And there are competing political realities and blurry lines of communications and accountability that are clearly preventing progress. You know this, you're on the front lines, and you hold the power and the expertise. You may not know that Sasha was known for his laughter, the comfort and ease that he brought to others, and his willingness to speak up for what he believed in. So tonight, I call on you to honor my amazing nephew, whose life was full of promise and possibility, with your action. This work takes time, costs money, and the city can't implement solutions fast enough, which means that swift implementation of interim decisions are everything. As you know, the city had already submitted a plan to add a traffic light at Burr Oak and Park. So as you make recommendations, please evaluate how long they will take to be realized and whose life could hang in the balance. Perpetually waiting is unacceptable. You can honor Sasha by being honest when drawn out proposals are presented as solutions. Progress on Park Street requires effective collaboration between the city and the state, and your voice can be powerful and clear in the face of dysfunctional bureaucracy. Animate this incredible residents of Madison who are devastated by Sasha's death and put forth solutions that can make lasting systemic change so they can advocate like hell for them. You know the most dangerous intersections here. Why are we asking kids to cross them on their way to school? Please work with the school district to ensure that every stop has been evaluated for safety. You know, every safety measure in the world might not have saved Sasha from one driver's reckless and unforgivable actions. And that's what Vision Zero is all about, acknowledging that people will make terrible decisions and making the conditions less likely to result in fatality. We need you as our leaders to design roads to address the real dangers that pedestrians face when crossing them. Most importantly, you must attack this like your loved one's life depended on it, because ours did. So please, if you can disrupt whatever patterns have been guiding your work until now and try to look at everything with fresh eyes. Commit to fixing Madison's most dangerous arterials and do so quickly before another family comes here to say that you didn't do it fast enough. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, and you have my personal deepest sympathies. I happened to lose my 17-year-old great nephew in a traffic crash a year ago this coming March 17th over in Waukesha. So I can try and understand and share your family's grief. Does anybody have any questions for the registrant? Again, thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts. And I would encourage you to stay and hear the discussion under item number 3, which is discussion of traffic safety on South Park Street. Aiden, do we have anybody else to speak under item 1?
We do not, no.
Okay, thank you. Any disclosures or recusals this evening? There's a hand up. I don't know why that hand is up by a registrant. And I'm asking about disclosures and recusals.
They're registered for item 3.
Okay. Well, we'll call on registrants for item 3 when we get to item 3 on the agenda. The people who spoke could have registered under item 3, but they chose to register under item 1. Pepe, go ahead. Pepe? Are you frozen, Pepe? Can you hear us? You have your hand up.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Now we can. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, exactly about that. I just want to quickly disclose that I have very limited access to internet right now as I am traveling. So in case I disappear and try to connect again, I might be experiencing some connection issues. I just want to disclose that.
Thank you for letting us know, because you did just experience a little bit of a glitch there a minute or so ago. So thanks for letting us know, Pepe. Appreciate it. Anybody else have any disclosures or recusals? Okay. All right, so we will move on to item number 2, which is County Trunk MM and MC and Rimrock Road, which happens to be fairly close to my house, actually. Chris, go ahead.
All right, thank you. And my name is Chris Petikowski with City Engineering, and I'm here to present the County Trunk Highway MM and MC Rimrock Road resurfacing project. This one's a little bit of a unique one in that it's a county highway. So the county is running the project and the design, and although it runs in the city, so the city of Madison, also through the city of Fitchburg. So the county's standard policy is to cost share on that project. So and we staff from Madison and Fitchburg have been involved throughout the project development as well. So little unique in that we don't like have the approval authority of the street, but still participating. So I wanted to share it with TC. And we were able to, I think, get a lot of nice improvements included in the resurfacing project. So this is resurfacing from McCoy Road up to John Nolan Drive. And that it actually is two, and the Dane County applied for federal funds, which means it gets it goes through the WSDOT process and gets bid and let by WSDOT in their format. So and the way the project's set up is there's actually two projects, one north of the Beltline and one south of the Beltline. So there's two plan sets that I attached to the Legistar item. So let me just share my screen here. Screen through. All right. Everybody seeing the?
Not quite yet. There we go.
Okay, great. So again, there's two project plan sets here attached. This first one I'm showing is south of the Beltline, which is basically from McCoy Road in Fitchburg north all the way up into the Beltline. They are resurfacing the street. This is actually like a true resurface. Sometimes Madison, when we resurface, we do all the pipes and it ends up looking like a full reconstruct at the end. This is more of I would say a true resurface. There's no sanitary and water and storm replacements involved. So it's really just a pavement and concrete job. So again, they'll be resurfacing the street from McCoy up to the Beltline on this project. All the crosswalks will be replaced to meet ADA grades and standards. They are also adding a lot of high visibility marking continental crossings where we've asked for them. They are, let me scroll down into the plan set a little bit to show. Right now, there's just bike lanes on this street and 2 lanes. So they are skinning up the street a little bit with to two 10-foot lanes and then buffered bike lanes through this section here, which is a nice improvement. As we move north, there's also a new sidewalk extension that doesn't exist right now. I'll switch to this screen. So right now there's a lot of missing sidewalk on the east side of the road. And I asked them to fill those gaps in with the project right now. So here's at Badger Road, Rimrock, and the Beltline. There's actually no sidewalk on the east side of the road here, from up and over the Beltline Bridge. So, and you can see there's kind of a cow path formed there. So, definitely a need. So we are, with this project, proposing to add that sidewalk up and to the bridge itself. So the project kind of spans the bridge ramps. Those are kind of a WSDOT, there's WSDOT road when it's between the 2 Beltline ramps. So, but we were able to get the sidewalk added up to the bridge itself. There are signals being replaced on the southern end, Moreland and Novation Parkway, and Badger Road. Those 2 signals are being replaced. And with that, they're adding, TE is adding the APS, accessible pedestrian signal buttons, and new signals, backplates, and PED signals with countdown timers on those. Let's see. So that would be the Badger Road intersection and then the further south, the Moreland Road and Innovation Parkway intersection. So that's the south side. Now, if I jump to the north side on the plan set there, the again, we'll be resurfacing from the Beltline ramp up to John Nolan Drive. The Alliant Energy Center asked the county to also replace some pavement on their main access driveway here. That's going to be totally funded by them, by the Energy Center. We are adding a little segment of missing sidewalk on the north side from the bridge to our sidewalk system. And then kind of a nice feature, I think, on the west side, we are replacing the sidewalk with a multi-use path from the Beltline and all the way to John Nolan Drive with this project. So that will connect with a future east-west path that we have in design right now. And I think had a PIM on just a few days ago, maybe, or maybe it's coming up. Let me see here.
It was on February 9th.
Thank you, Andy. Yep. So with that project, we are installing a multi-use path on the north side of Rusk Avenue over to Badger Rusk intersection, where that path was built just recently.
And TC we'll be coming to TC with that Rusk path sometime here in 26.
Okay, great. And then as well as we anticipate the John Nolan Phase 3 project to build a new path on the west side of John Nolan up to Olin Avenue. So this will be a nice path connection for the Badger Road area, Rusk area, and then up along John Nolan Drive as well. So let me see if I'm missing anything. So on the north end, again, we're adding that path. They are replacing the signal at Rusk Avenue and adding the markings for pedestrian crossings. Again, all the crosswalks would be rebuilt for ADA ADA grades, and I think that's the bulk of my presentation here. Let me see if I missed anything. So we got those.
Mike Chuckvalla has his hand up. Maybe he wants to add something, Chris?
Sure. Yep. Go ahead, Mike.
Hi, Chris, and Chair. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to add a few details about the bus stops on this project. We've been working closely with city engineering and the county on this one. So there are a number of bus stops along Rimrock, mainly serving Route 65. Basically, all of them will receive some kind of upgrade. There will be two that are proposed to be combined to one. Those are at Kent and Maloney, both in the city of Fitchburg generally. And we'll be proposing to consolidate those into one pair at 89th Degree Street, which is in between the two. But other than that, there are some pretty significant accessibility problems on the south portion of this project in the more rural section of Rimrock that we'll be happy to upgrade those to be fully ADA accessible. So we'll take that consolidation of Kent and Maloney to 89th Degree to the commission probably in March.
Thanks, Mike. Anything else, Chris, before we go to comments and questions?
No, that's it.
Okay, Alder Okovich, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry if I missed this. Between John Nolan and Alliant Energy Center Way is the plan for bicyclists to use the sidewalk?
Between John Nolan and Alliant Energy, yeah, it would be to use the multi-use path here.
You have
some.
Is that
This would be the west side of the street.
is that the existing multi-use path, or is that going to be a new one?
It's new. Right now it's a sidewalk
Okay.
it'll be replaced with a multi-use path.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Harold, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chris. I'm sorry, I have a cold, so my voice is not the greatest. Yeah, so what is along those lines? So now with the new path, you will be able to get from John Nolan to the on-ramp and to the new Rusk path, which is a great connection. But if you want to continue along Rimrock, I guess you get to the on-ramp, and then I guess there's a painted bike lane on the overpass, is that right?
Yep, you'd have to jump onto the bike lane. Yep.
Okay. And then once you get to the other side, it will continue to be a painted bike lane that at some point then turns into the buffered bike lane, right?
Correct. Okay. Yeah, as soon as you get to the other ramp, it turns into a buffered bike lane.
Okay. And I guess if you're going the other direction, you can't really easily get over onto the multi-use path.
Yeah, I think you would likely cross at Rusk, I think is, or yeah, right. I think that would be probably the most likely place.
Right, and I think on the, sorry, my orientation, I guess at the bottom on this map, there's an existing wide sidewalk / multi-use path between roughly, there's like one segment that's wider than the sidewalk, right?
Well, let me see. Maybe so. Going northbound?
Yes.
I think I'm just seeing sidewalk there.
Okay. Oh, there, you see on the right edge where it turns into something white.
Yes, here. Yep.
With the weird, like you can't get onto it because of that weird ramp to the parking lot there. It's like ambled in a way.
Yeah, there's a wider sidewalk essentially across the street from the Alliant Center to John Nolan.
Okay, so we might be able to try to get a ramp or something.
Right.
To that? Is that what you're getting at, kind of?
I think, small improvement, but yeah, I think so. Because right now, I think that thing is pretty useless because you just can't get onto it unless you get like off your bike and carry. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I think that's something we could talk to the county about, Annie.
Okay. Yeah. And so in this section, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Harold. I just saw something. Chris, you should probably tell the county where Harold just mentioned they should replace those curb ramps with warning fields. Yeah. I'm sorry, Harold.
No problem. And so in this section that we just looked at, the curbs are staying where they are, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So no good opportunity to narrow things down because I think I saw 12-foot lanes in that section.
That might be right. Let me see. I thought maybe. Sorry, I'm going back and forth.
11. Okay. Yep. Can we make those 10 and add a 1-foot buffer to the painted bike lane?
I can ask. I know they have a lot of trouble. There's a lot of large vehicles that go to the Alliant Energy Center, and I think that was. And since we were adding the path, they really wanted to keep the wider lanes for that. I could talk to him though. Let's see.
Okay. Can't hurt asking, but yeah, I see what you're saying. And yeah, the path will be a great addition. And then can you go to the section with the new sidewalk that you're extending near the overpass for the Beltline?
On the south side?
On the south side, yes.
So it kind of shows up on 2 pages. Let me know.
Yeah, this one is good. What happens when you get to the actual on-ramp? Is there a signal? Are you going to install like a pedestrian signal head? Like how are you going to get across there safely? Because that is a little concerning, or are we assuming nobody's going to use it because you can't get over it anyway?
Yes. Let me double check the giant plan set and see if there was a PED signal added there. Maybe if we want to, if you have another question, or if there's another question, I can look that up while someone's asking the.
I don't have anything else, but I see other people have their hands up, so I'm happy to cede the floor for now until you find the answer. Thank you.
Yeah, let me take a look at that. I can pull that
why
up.
don't you just come back to Harold when you find it, Chris?
Mhm.
Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Ann. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, Harold was reading my mind. They had very similar questions about how to navigate the on-ramp crossing as a pedestrian. So, Chris, I appreciate you looking into that more. The other question I have is for you, Mike, noting that those more rural bus stops are going to be ADA accessible. Does that also include then connected sidewalk network to get to those bus stops?
Yep. So we're connecting a lot of the sidewalk in that area. The west side of Rimrock on the kind of the southern section there is missing a lot of sidewalk. So a lot of that sidewalk will be filled in. All of the bus stops will be connected to the sidewalk network.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Denise. Pepe, go ahead.
Sure, thank you, Chair. Yeah, same as Denise and Harold, I was also wondering about that on-ramp because I know similar things have happened in the area of Mineral Point Road and the Beltline, where there are certain on-ramps that we continue to get messages from other bike advocates or cycling groups that, have a lot of trouble crossing there. So it'd be really good to, I'm also expectant to what Chris can find about that on-ramp, and we can make sure that we do that one right away instead of people avoiding it because it's really unsafe. In addition to that, I also, just like Harold pointed out, I was also wondering what the connection would be if you are cycling if you're going northbound cycling and you get across the bridge and then you want to connect to the new multi-use path. Like, what would be the safest way to do it, and how can we address that? Could we address that, let's say at Rimrock and Rusk, and have like a diagonal bicycle crossing? What are there other ideas that we can explore in that intersection, or as a way to connect those two in a smart and safe way?
To get across the street.
Yeah, to get to cross. If you're riding from the south side northbound, you cross the bridge by bike, and then you want to connect to the multi-use path. How do you do it?
Great question. So let me jump back to Harold's. I'm looking at the signal plan here, and it looks like Jerry did add signal heads to the ramps. So I think we're good there.
Okay, well, that would then lead into my next question, though, because, okay, so you have the new sidewalk, you have the pedestrian crossing, you have the existing sidewalk on the overpass, but that dead ends. So are we going to put signs up there to like basically tell people, because then you're on the other side of the overpass and there's no way to continue? Or have you talked to Wistat to like close that gap on the other side?
Oh no, this project's closing that gap on the other side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe you did. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Ah, wonderful. Okay.
Yep.
Great. And that's that must be signalized, yeah. Okay.
Yep.
All right, cool. So there will be a continuous sidewalk connection. Awesome.
Yep. That was the whole goal there for sure. Okay, so now for crossing the street, what could we do here? I think Sean might be on as well.
I saw him. John, you're here, right? Yep, there's Sean Malloy.
We could look at if there's, I don't know, different markings perhaps, or if Jerry, to make sure Jerry kind of took that into account in the signal design to get people across and detected well. Certainly, I think we could suggest different markings here, and maybe I'm not sure about the signal itself to get folks across, but
Yeah, and here we're thinking cyclists, right? People riding bikes going northbound.
Yeah.
Specifically, yeah, because I see the design how the sidewalk is also far away from the curb, from the corner there, so it doesn't look like like a diagonal crossing there would make a lot of sense unless we changed all that.
Yeah, I mean maybe we could look to
widen the ramps, maybe.
Yeah, widen the ramp so that there's like you kind of come in and get yourself turned to orient yourself to the west, perhaps. Maybe like almost like an on-ramp here and an off-ramp to get across. I know we did something like that at where Gorham meets University. I don't think it's used a ton, but we made the space for it.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. I mean, it's a hard one because maybe not a lot of people are using it right now, but we're building the future here, right? And hoping to connect these two neighborhoods and make it more walkable and rideable. So I think it would make sense to address it right away. Yeah, something to think about how we can connect, because the bike lanes, if you're going southbound, then you have the multi-use path, then we have a painted bike lane over the bridge, right? And then the buffered continuing south. But if you're coming north from Rimrock, what are the facilities there for biking? Is it the same buffered, then
painted, then
nothing?
You could either stay on the road or get across to the multi-use path.
And when you say stay on the road, is there not a bike lane there too? Is that also buffered?
Yeah, this is a non-buffered shoulder, essentially.
Non-buffered. Okay. Yeah, because the other option is to do in a multi-use path on both sides, but of course it will be potentially an overkill.
Yeah.
To get people off the street there.
That is something I can talk to the county about. It's actually not that long of a stretch to get to here.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe it's worth it just doing the multi-use on both sides.
There might be trees in the way, but let's see. There's probably a couple trees in the way. Oh, there are lots of trees in the way.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're there.
Yeah, but definitely we could get that. We could try to get a ramp onto this path, as Andy mentioned.
Yeah. That's something to explore for sure. Okay, I don't want to take up all the time. I also wanted to go to the Badger Road and Rimrock intersection.
Yeah, so that's the south side.
Since we have the Southside Elementary and also the middle school, and there's a lot of traffic there, foot traffic and kids around it, I just wanted to go through it again and make sure that we're covering all the bases for safety. Are we doing anything different than what it is right now? You said there were counters. What is it called? What the numbers are there for the
countdown timers? Yeah.
Countdown. Is that the only improvement for pedestrians? Is there anything else? Are the crossings shorter, the shorter distances, or the lanes?
They're higher visibility, and then they're regraded to meet ADA grades. And let's see, the accessible accessible pedestrian signal buttons. And let's see.
Is there sidewalk there on the northbound south side of the corner?
There is sidewalk on the south side right now, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what the solution is here, and I mean I don't see any problems right now, but it's just a big intersection just next to a school. So everything and anything that we can do to make that one safer.
That northern crosswalk doesn't.
I would
Northern crosswalk doesn't exist today, so that is a new, totally new cross.
Okay. That's good. Yep. Oh yeah, you're right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really have any clear ideas about the intersection myself, but it seems to be a pretty good improvement compared to what we have right now. If others have other ideas, I'm gonna open that to them. But yeah, appreciate it, Chris.
Thanks, Pepe. Alder O'Brien, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have a question about the intersection kind of at Rimrock Road and John Nolan. The pedestrian crossing, and this might be bridging a couple of projects here, so my apologies if I start talking about something that's going to happen in John Nolan Section 3 or Phase 3. But there's a hotel on the other side of John Nolan that gets a heavy amount of foot traffic. And then this, I guess it's the merge lane onto Rimrock right there. What is going to be the pedestrian protection signalization that's kind of happening there, just in general?
Great question. So this will be covered in the Phase 3 John Nolan, this intersection. The Rimrock job is just kind of butting up to it for now. Yep. And the Phase 3 contract has just been signed. Actually, we signed an agreement with the county. I still have to sign the agreement with our consultant, but I expect the design of this stretch to kind of be in the next 2 years or so.
Okay.
So we'll definitely be looking at all that.
Okay, and then at the crosswalk, I guess it's on the, I'm looking at the very last slide, number 5, I guess it is. Where it's labeled number 8, is that going to be like
which page were you?
The very last one, sheet E. Or I guess it's page 5.
Oh, maybe the.
Yeah, and then keep going down. Yeah. I guess where number 8 is there going to be any like signalization there, or is it what's happening there currently?
That is just a remarking and a new crosswalk. Like I said, I think this will probably all get blown up with the 2029 project. I think so. We're not really investing too much at the moment. Just kind of connecting the path to get across.
Okay.
If it's needed to.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Martinez.
And I will also add the John Nolan one will be more of a pavement replacement / reconstruct, so we'll have a little more flexibility on curbs and things with that project too.
Okay. Yeah, it's just an area where I see a lot of people kind of like dashing across and trying to get through, and it's not the greatest. And I know it's kind of bordering 2 projects there. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's a lot of volume of people crossing there.
Yeah. I think that'll be a really high focus point for us with the Phase 3 design. That one and the Olin Avenue intersection.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Alder. Alder Martinez Rutherford, did you have something?
I did. Sorry, I preemptively put it down. I'm trying to get a idea. Is there standard sidewalk on both sides of the overpass?
There's like, there is. It's like the minimalist sidewalk there is, but there is sidewalk. Yeah.
On the east side, it's very small.
It's pretty,
Yeah.
Alder, it's near my house. It's pretty skinny, but it's a sidewalk.
Okay. I just
and you know that would have to when that bridge gets redone, we would probably widen all that out.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Harrington McKinney, go ahead.
I really appreciate the questions that were offered up related to school safety. And you've done such an excellent job at putting opportunities out there for public input. Was there a fair amount of public input around the school that's over in that area?
That's a good question. The county did held a PIM and a representative from the school actually did show up at the meeting and kind of talked about some of the ped bike issues, but really the PIM was pretty lightly attended. Although I do remember a school representative there. I can't remember his name, but it definitely was there, and we chatted a bit.
Okay, so that's really the nature of my question, because in another area in my district, the parents were very concerned about their kiddos walking and crossing dangerous streets. And so since you've done such an excellent job at outreach and communication, I just wanted to make sure that there was that incorporation also from the school safety. And you said that it was light participation, but that really concerns me. Everything seems to be working out well, but I just wanted to make sure that the school had an opportunity to offer some input as well. I'm complete.
Thanks, Alder. Anybody else have any other comments? I would just like to say, I live in this neighborhood and I walk around this neighborhood a lot, and really appreciate the improvements for pedestrians and bicyclists, because it's really needed. Chris, can you clarify for me? I think you mentioned a couple of places where there are higher visibility crosswalks. I know when they added those on Moreland Road, it makes a big difference to seeing them. Are all of the crosswalks going to be enhanced that way? Most of them?
Well, I can just walk through it real quick. So it looks like on the North Project, Rusk Avenue has it crossing the Alliant Energy Center Drive.
Yeah.
Then their main driveway has all three legs.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the South Project, we have Badger Road has them, and then like Sean said, we are adding the North Crosswalk.
At Moreland, is it?
Moreland, yep. Moreland, we have it.
Good.
And then to the south, we're starting to get out of the city here at Kent. Yeah. Kent has one. In Fitchburg, the 89th. Wait, no, that might be still us. 89th degree.
Uh-huh.
And then I guess I didn't include the Fitchburg plants. But yeah, pretty much all the city ones.
Well, they just redid that intersection at McCoy and MM not too long ago, and that really was a big improvement there. There is a school crossing guard on Moreland Road for the schools that we've been talking about, but I don't think there's anything over in the other direction that we're talking about closer to Rimrock. But I think all of these improvements are going to really help pedestrians, and hopefully once the bridge is redone, Chris can maybe make those sidewalks a little bit wider, because they are really narrow and don't feel safe when you're crossing that bridge, because they're so narrow and people sort of fly across it. Anybody have any other comments? Okay, Chris, do you have everything that you need then?
Yep. And I just wanted to mention too, the county, it's been really great to work with on this project. We had a lot of requests at the beginning of the project, and they pretty much are adding all of them. So happy about that.
Great. A lot of really good improvements in my neighborhood. Yay. So thanks. All right.
Thank you.
So we will move on to item number 3, which is a discussion of traffic safety on South Park Street. How we'll handle this is how we normally do, which is we'll hear from staff with comments first, with the presentation first. And that may include staff from traffic engineering, the transportation department, and the police department. Then we'll hear from, I know we have people registered to speak. So we'll hear from staff first, then we'll hear from people who've registered to speak, and then we'll move to questions and discussion. So just wanted to go over our process. So Yang, are you going to kick it off, or Christoph, who's going to kick it off?
I'm going to kick it off, but Yang will be sharing his screen.
Okay.
Are we seeing the full screen mode?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
We got it. So yes, we are here to talk today about Park Street. And we've got a number of things to talk to you about, but I wanted to start on what I think is the appropriate somber note here. Next slide. The work we do is fundamentally all about people. It is about making cities that are good to live in. And that's what we have to keep in mind as we do this. Next slide. This is the list of people who have died in crashes on the streets and highways of Madison in the last year. And these are not numbers. These are people. Everybody here had family and had friends. Everybody here had a life that they can't fully live. So we want to start this presentation by remembering them and thinking of everybody who knew them. And when I look at this list, I see an obvious call to action. I look at this and say that we should not see this as normal. I look at this and say we should not consider that this is an acceptable byproduct of getting people where they need to go. And I look at this and think that we should be doing everything we can to not add any more lists, any more people to this list. So I know there's a lot of grief in the community. I know there's a lot of anger in the community, and I can assure everybody, we on the staff here at the City of Madison absolutely share that. And that we know that there's really nothing we can present today that's adequate to all of that. So I should introduce myself. I'm Christoph Spieler. I'm Director of Transportation for the City of Madison. And I'll be joined today by Yang Tao as well as by the police. And we also have a representative of WSDOT here today to answer any questions. Next slide. What we figured we could do today is talk a little bit about what we know about Park Street, answer some of the factual questions we've heard. We can talk about our general approach to street safety. We'll talk about how we respond to crashes like this. We'll talk a little bit about Park Street specifically, and we'll talk some about the complexity of who owns and designs streets. As I mentioned, we also have MPD here to give us some updates, and WSDOT as well. And I want to note that we are here in all humility. I don't think any of us ever think we have done enough. And we definitely don't think we have all of the answers. So we are here not just to present, but to listen and to be part of an ongoing discussion that will not end today and hopefully will continue as we figure this out and figure out how to make our streets safer. And with that, I will hand it to Yang.
Thank you, Christoph. Good evening, everyone. I will give a everyone here, especially the community members at the meeting, a quick overview of Madison's Vision Zero program, but also provide everyone, including the community members, a quick update. So Vision Zero is one of the very important initiatives of the mayor and the city council. The mayor and the council started the initiative back in 2020, and it's a priority for us. Especially for Mayor Satya, as many of you know, this is also a deeply personal issue for her, as she lost family members due to traffic crash herself. She deeply understands the issue. I would like to start by talking about what's Vision Zero. Vision Zero is relatively new in US, but it is an internationally recognized strategy aimed at eliminating traffic fatalities and severe injuries while increasing safe, healthy, and equitable mobility for all road users. So Vision Zero has a few key differences compared to our traditional traffic safety approach. So traditionally, we think that traffic deaths are inevitable. It's just a part of the price to pay for our mobility. However, Vision Zero thinks that traffic deaths are preventable. We don't have to accept that traffic deaths has to be associated with our mobility. And we used to demand perfect human behavior. While Vision Zero recognizes that humans are humans. Humans make mistakes. However, it doesn't mean that when we make mistakes, ourselves or someone else on the road has to die. So Vision Zero integrates human feeling into what we do. Also, previously, we focus a lot on preventing collisions. However, Vision Zero thinks that not all the collisions are the same. So let's focus our resources and let's try to prevent the fatal and severe injury crashes, those injuries that really cause big damages to our society. And traditionally, we used to emphasize individual responsibility. So you are on your own. However, though, Vision Zero tried to break the silos and emphasize a systems approach. Everyone works together in a system to achieve best results. And we used to think that saving lives is expensive. We cannot afford to do this. However, Vision Zero tells us saving lives does not necessarily has to be overly expensive. As long as we can be smart, we can be data focused, and we can do things consistently. So to achieve Vision Zero, a really important tool is the safe system approach. So this framework on the screen right now was released by the United States Department of Transportation back in 2020, along with the rollout of the National Roadway Safety Strategy. So again, this framework recognizes that death and serious injuries are unacceptable. Humans make mistakes. Humans are vulnerable. And responsibility is shared. Safety is proactive. And also redundancy is crucial. So, working from a system, we need to build safer roads. We need to set safer speed limits on our streets. we need to adopt and use safer vehicles. And we need to encourage people on the road to be safer. And also, we need to improve post-crash care. Here in Madison, we actually developed and adopted our own safe system approach before US DOT. So we actually did ours back in 2020 when we started the Vision Zero initiative. So our components are a little bit different, but largely match what US DOT does. Again, we focus on making our streets safer, creating safe streets. So we'll do that through design of the streets in a geometry, as we discussed here many times at this body, and also managing speed of our street in a mindful manner. A second component for us is also safe people. So we work with the community to build a positive safety culture to encourage safe behaviors for drivers, cyclists, pedestrians, everyone in the system. And we work on safe vehicles, promoting use of vehicle technologies as simple as use of a seatbelt, or to things like emerging technologies. One different component that we included here is safety data. We really feel like we need to rely on data to guide our decision-making process, so that we can address the issues in a smarter way. We also incorporate enforcement into our framework. And we also do that in a way that it's safety focused. I will talk a little bit more about that as I get to that section. As you all know, we implemented many projects in the last few years. One of the things I want to emphasize is our speed management program. As you know, it has been a very controversial topic for our community, right? For the last a few dozen speed limit reduction projects we did on major streets, and also for the 2 pilot neighborhoods for 20 is plenty, and to the citywide rollout. Every time we do the project, we heard a lot of really positive feedback from our community members. We also hear a lot of criticism from other community members. So here, I want to say that speed really matters. So this graph on the screen shows why. These are just a simple law of physics, right? At a higher speed, you create more kinetic energy. That's going to cause more damage. This diagram shows that, when a pedestrian is hit by a vehicle in a crash, the likelihood of survival. At a 20 mile per hour, that survival rate is 87%. At a 30 mile per hour, that declined to 60%. And at a 40 mile per hour, dramatically, that reduced to 27%. And I think Captain Worley will talk more about this when he gives update on the investigation, for our most recent devastating crash that took away the life of Sasha. At that speed, nobody on this planet will survive that kind of impact. And also, speed, the impact of speed does not stop here. Here we're talking about when crashes did happen, right? But, when we drive at different speeds, it also influences a couple other things. One is our field of vision. The higher speed we drive at, the narrower our field of vision becomes. So our vision has become more focused at a higher speed. We're just not able to notice a lot of things anymore. We're not able to see, pedestrian crossing the street that well. We're not able to notice a cyclist on our side as well. And we're not able to see, a turning vehicle from a side street that well when we drive at really high speed. And also, the second factor is the stopping distance. So that's the distance it takes for someone when they didn't realize a danger, a conflict, they decide to stop. The distance it takes for a vehicle to stop. The higher the speed, the significantly longer it takes for the vehicle to stop. So there's much more high likelihood that we'll not be able to avoid that crash from happening in the first place. So again, speed really matters. That's why in our work, we focus a lot on managing speeds on our streets. Here, I want to say that our aim here at the city is not anti-car. It's not trying to make driving through the city difficult. We want to keep traffic flowing through the city. We want to keep traffic flowing smoothly, efficiently, but safely. And we want to provide safe options for everyone in our communities. Whether you walk, drive, take transit, bicycling, everyone deserves to be safe. After all, right? It doesn't really matter if you cannot arrive at your destination safely. If you cannot do that, it doesn't really matter how fast you get there. Again, quickly, here is a quick summary of the progress we made so far. Thank you to the committee for helping us create the Safe Streets Medicine program. So since that program was created in 2022, you funded 237 Safe Streets projects. And I'm happy to report, till this day, about 160 of those were already completed on our streets and serving our residents. So the remaining 70 projects also are in different stages of design and implementation. We reduced speed limits and did other forms of speed management on 60 miles of our major streets through about 60 different projects. Major corridors such as East Washington Avenue, actually Park Street, receive this treatment. And we have seen overwhelmingly positive results from the vast majority of the projects. Again, we actually didn't see, too much speed reduction for the average speed when we're talking about everyone. But we saw a significant reduction of people who drive really, really fast. For example, 15 mile above speed limit. We saw a huge reduction on that. And we complete our citywide rollout for the 20 is Plenty program to reduce the speed limit of all neighborhood streets to 20 miles per hour after successful piloting the program in 2 of our neighborhoods back in 2021. And the study shows that crashes in those 2 neighborhoods reduced by 41% and 44% respectively, comparing to the same time frame, 29% for a citywide, and also about 3 to 4% for the national data. So we're doing much better, and the 20 neighborhoods did even better. And the city developed and implemented the Complete Green Streets Guide. It's a framework guiding the design of our future streets and the new streets under construction, when we reconstruct those, make the streets more complete for all users and building in green infrastructure. We also worked with our partners from engineering division, and we incorporate as many safety features as possible to all street reconstruction projects and almost all the resurfacing projects. And you all played a key role in almost all of them. So thank you for that. We also made our public engagement process more equitable. We were able to engage thousands of community members through the process. For example, we created a new program called Let's Talk Streets. And we bring city staff to neighborhoods instead of asking them to come to us, because we realized not every resident in the city has ability to come to city meetings. So we bring ourselves to them. We attended many community events, and we reached out to them in ways that's more reachable to them. And the staff also worked very hard on securing federal grants and bringing those dollars to the city. So for traffic engineering alone, in the last few years, we applied and secured over $20 million of safety-related federal funding to our community. And now we're implementing many of those projects. And I think more importantly, we are institutionalizing a new design and operations philosophy in the city. I think that's going to have a lasting impact on traffic safety in our city. Here I want to update the committee and our community on some of the results we have been seeing so far. Again, we're working on our second progress report for Vision Zero. Those will be released. They're going to be a lot more data in there. But for this graph, what you are saying is the number of traffic fatalities within City of Madison limits for the last 6 years. And since we started Vision Zero in 2020. I want to point out that this data includes all city streets, county highways, state highways, and also private roadways in the City of Madison limits. So some of this city can control, some of this we cannot. But overall, we saw a pretty modest improvement on number of fatalities since 2020. In 2020, there's some ups and downs, but you can see the general trend. In 2020, we had 15 fatalities. In 2025, we had 13. However, if you look at the traffic fatalities on City of Madison controlled or partially controlled roadways, so those are city streets and some of the county highways, some of the state connecting highways that we have some control over. So all those data were included in there, but it does not include the roadways that we cannot control at all. So for this set of roadways, which are majority of roadways in the City of Madison, the improvement has been dramatically better. So we can see an even more clear trend of reduction. So in 2020, we had 12 fatalities on this portion of the streets that we can control. In 2025, right, reduced to 6. So that's a 50% reduction. These are encouraging data, but even one death is too many for us, and we'll not stop working on this till we reach our goal of 0 fatalities and severe injuries on our streets. Another information that we have seen, from the last couple of years is that not just a number of crashes, but where are the fatal crashes happening? We think that we have been quite effective at reducing and eliminating the fatal crashes within the main part of the city. So this diagram shows the 2025 crashes. So, aside for a few fatal crashes on Beltline and Stoughton Road, which city does not control, almost all other crashes, happened right along the border of the city now. Right in those, transition zones. As I mentioned, that we want to talk a little bit more about the role of enforcement. As we have received a lot of questions from the public members on this, so we want to address that. We believe, here in Madison, we believe enforcement is a key component of Vision Zero. When we started Vision Zero back in 2020, there are some cities actually took out enforcement from their Vision Zero framework. But here in Madison, we believe that Vision Zero should be encompassing enforcement. Right there, has been some improvements that we can do, but we shouldn't throw out the baby with the bathwater. So we really appreciate working with our police department. So we collaborate closely with MPD, and we define a new way of enforcement. I think has been really helpful. We have also been working with some national organizations such as the Bloomberg Associates, through Harvard Kennedy program that is the mayor connected us with. I want to share a testimony from them. They told me that they work with many cities out there. They have never seen such a close and a positive working relationship between a traffic engineering department and a police department in any other cities in the US. So I think that says a lot. And when we work with MPD on how to best use enforcement to improve safety, we agreed on a couple of things. One is that enforcement should be safety focused. And the second, enforcement should be data driven, not complaint driven, but should be data driven. So what they have been done is that, thanks to the hard work to all the police officers out there, they have been focusing resource on most dangerous types of traffic violations out there. For example, excessive speeding. For example, OWI. For example, distracted driving, right? Instead of something like expired license plate. Those are important, but for now, we need to focus most on our resource on the most dangerous types of traffic violations that creates most of the danger out there. And secondly, they focus on enforcement on the high injury network that we developed with the support from this body. So with the help from UW-Madison Traffic Operations and the Safety Lab, we dive into the safety data we had, and we developed a high injury network where most severe injuries happens in our city. And our officers has been focused enforcement on those roadways. But we need another tool. That's speed safety cameras. as I mentioned, safe speed is a core principle of the safe system approach. And the speed safety cameras are a proven safety countermeasure endorsed by the Federal Highway Administration. And actually, was one study from New York City. So they had a program implementing speed safety cameras in school zones. So they saw speeding reduced by 63% during school hours. And I also took some statistics from the many researches that are used by Federal Highway Administration, which are shown on the right. For example, for the fixed units, so those are the speed safety cameras installed at the troublesome locations. So these are fixed locations, just measuring the speed at that point. And those units reduce crashes on urban principal arterials up to 54% for all crashes and 48% for injury crashes. And the P2P units, so those are point-to-point units. So you install them at the entrance of a facility and exit of facility, and you calculate the average speed. So for those cameras, it reduced fatal and injury crashes by 37%. And for mobile units, that's the units that you install on trailers. Those can be moved around, and those reduced fatality and injuries by 20%. But unfortunately, currently, this tool is prohibited by the state law in our state. So next, we want to talk about how we respond to fatal crashes. At this point, I'm going to turn over to my colleague, Captain Worley from the police department, talking about how they conduct police response and investigation.
Thank you, Director Yang. As Yang mentioned, when we have a fatal crash, our police department is one of the first people to respond. And our patrol officers are those first responding on scene with our partners at the Madison Fire Department. And often in a fatal crash are dealing with a extremely tragic and horrific scene that they are looking to stabilize and control while also provide life-saving measures to those individuals while preserving evidence all at the same time. When we have a fatal crash specifically, our officer in charge will, no matter the time of day, will reach out to the traffic command as well as notify our chief's office. When traffic command is notified, we respond with our serious and fatal traffic investigators. And we have 2 officers that their full-time job is to investigate and follow up on these crashes. So they specifically participate in those ongoing investigations and are on call to respond at any time of day or night to those serious injury crashes when they occur. Both of our traffic investigators are subject matter experts in fatal and serious crashes, as well as OWI investigations, and ensure that our department is equipped with those most up-to-date trainings for all of our patrol officers, and they play a role in that professional development and ongoing training. Our traffic investigators serve much like a detective would in a different type of case, where they gather all of the evidence and materials. And we'll then work with our Dane County District Attorney's Office on what those criminal charges could potentially be. They follow those cases through the entire court process, serving as that lead investigator, and also
throughout that, stay in contact with our families that are involved, our witnesses or community members, partnering with our various city staff to make sure that we have that full and complete investigation. That all takes time. It takes time to gather video and evidence and process vehicles, cell phones, write warrants, and develop probable cause on any aspect of these investigations. I do want to touch briefly on an update for this investigation. Our suspect was arrested on Monday morning, and a press release I know did go out, and many news outlets did cover that. The initial appearance, I believe, was either yesterday or today, where a cash bond of $5,000 was set by a court commissioner. The suspect was originally booked on a negligent operation of a motor vehicle causing homicide. We did work with the district attorney's office, and I do believe that a formal charge of a second-degree reckless homicide is what was officially charged by the district attorney's office. For this, a lot of details are in the criminal complaint that is written for these types of cases. But what I will at least initially share here, as it has been released, speed was a significant and reckless factor in this case. Through video, with time and distance to get your speed and calculations and measurements, we believe that our suspect vehicle was traveling approximately 62 miles per hour in a 25-mile-an-hour zone. We did do a full investigation with the vehicle and the cell phone and the suspect on that day. At this time, the police department does not believe that any cell phone use played a role, nor any impairment. However, we are still waiting results of a legal blood draw that we often do in fatality crashes. As Director Tao mentioned earlier in one of his slides, when you have a significant speed, the reaction time and then stopping time of a vehicle is significantly increased. The faster you go, the more distance you need to stop, and the faster you go, the shorter the reaction time is to be able to respond to whatever may be presented in your roadway. We did also, as I believe one of our comments at the beginning mentioned, provide significant enforcement to the Park Street area for that immediate week following. We continue to provide enforcement along Park Street, along with the rest of the city. Our traffic complaints are one of the top complaints across our entire city in all 6 of our police districts. And so we do our best to manage our school zones and all the different complaints that come in from across the city. As was mentioned, we focus a lot on the high injury network and use a lot of data-driven statistics and information, working very closely with our other city, state, and county partners to develop those data metrics and where our resources can best be deployed. We also continue to work with our different partners on grants that focus on speed enforcement, alcohol for drunk drivers, pedestrian enforcement, bike safety. And we do focus primarily on our hazardous violations compared to our non-hazardous violations as a practice within our police department at this time. It was mentioned very briefly, so I feel that I should just touch on it. Although traffic is a top complaint, we do have a traffic team of 5 officers and 1 sergeant to cover the entire city. Each one of those 5 officers and sergeant are a liaison directly to one of our police districts for our 6 police districts. And then we work very closely with all of our patrol officers so that in their proactive time, when they are not responding to 911 or non-emergency calls, where they can focus their traffic enforcement efforts as well. And we work closely with the district command from the traffic section to share and provide those data-driven metrics and information. So that is kind of the police department's role in the investigation and kind of the update I have specific to this this fatality investigation. And at this time, I will yield back to Director Yang.
Thank you, Captain. I will follow up the police investigation by providing a little bit of information on traffic engineering's rapid response. So whenever a crash like this happened, as soon as we learn about those, we'll go out to verify traffic control to make sure that we have all necessary traffic control in place. Make sure they are above standards. Almost all the time we are above and beyond the standards, but we just want to double check and make sure that immediately. We also organize a team of experts, traffic engineers, designers. They are the rapid response team, and one of the things they do is actually go out to do a field visit, and also they will pick a time that a condition that trying to replicate what happened as much as possible, to the original crash, like the day of week, the time of day, the weather condition. So really trying to, turn over every stone and trying to capture anything that we may not be able to notice, during different time or during different condition. And we review the past crash history, try to identify whether this happened before or whether there's a pattern, any pattern associated with it. We also collaborate with police. Assist with their investigation if they need us, and also coming with them, trying to understand what happened. And we review the police reports very closely when they're available. Really trying to understand, all the factors involved in a crash, and more importantly, identify any possible short-term measures to be implemented quickly. For example, for this case, as soon as we suspected that speeding might be a concern, we sent our team out right away to Park Street and installed flags on all the speed limit signs to remind drivers to slow down. And we also identify longer-term safety improvements that we'll be working on, and hopefully to get those done as soon as possible. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Sean, and then back to Christoph, talk about the past projects and the future plans for Park Street. Sean?
Thank you, Yang. So this intersection, we have identified throughout the years for improvements with Vision Zero and other programs. So the top picture shows the intersection from 2018 And the bottom picture shows, the intersection in 2021. So the biggest improvement obviously was the installation of the flashing beacon, which we installed in 2019. Previously we didn't even have ped crossing signs at the intersection. We also improved the crosswalks in 2019, add Continental higher visibility crosswalks, and added the yield lines. And those are just some of the improvements that we've had at the intersection, due to it being a high crossing location. We also altered the median nose in 2019. Previously, there wasn't protection for pedestrians crossing the intersection. And with the project of the flashing beacon, we added the nose to allow for protection for people in the median crossing the street. So this intersection has seen some improvements throughout the year, but there's definitely some more work that needs to be done at this intersection and Park Street in general.
Yeah, also I want to emphasize, I can already mention this. We also reduced the speed limit on Park Street from 30 miles per hour to 25 miles per hour in 2021. So thank you, Sean.
Yeah. So there's major changes in store for Park Street. We are currently in design on the North-South Bus Rapid Transit project. We are also in the federal funding process for this project. We are nearly complete with environmental review. That is today's Route B, which includes the segment on Park Street. On Park, that includes complete reconstruction from south of Wingor Drive up to Fish Hatchery Road, and includes a new ped bike path along Park Street from Badger to Fish Hatchery. And we see this project not just as a BRT project. We see this as an overall street improvement project, as an overall safety improvement project that includes projects like intersection improvements along the entire length of the route, crosswalks, pedestrian refuges, bulb outs, as well as some new traffic signals, including Burr Oak and Cedar. Next slide. Get next slide here. There it is. Here you can look at the Burr Oak intersection specifically, and you can see what we can do with a larger reconstruction here. So this is the design. You will see this posted on the city website. It includes a new traffic signal that is mentioned. We have filed the traffic signal warrant for. It includes improved crosswalks on all 4 quadrants, placing crosswalks on both sides of the intersection. Both of the crosswalks across Park Street have pedestrian refuges. It also includes that new path on one side of Park Street, which has a raised crossing as it crosses Burr Oak. And you can see it includes a considerable cleanup of the intersection geometry here, eliminating the current slip lane, doing tighter streets and tighter turn radii, which also slows down traffic and makes an intersection safer. So this is what is in the works here. But as noted, this project requires federal funding and is going through the process for that funding. Next slide. The other thing we've heard a lot about with regards to Park Street that I recognize is quite confusing is street jurisdiction and the ownership of streets. Next slide. So if you look at a map of Madison, streets that on the surface look the same are actually jurisdictionally quite different. And we have a whole mix of different kinds of roadways within the city. We have the interstates, which are obvious, and US highways, which most of them very much feel like US highways. But we also have US connecting highways, we have state trunk highways, we have state trunk connecting highways, we have county trunk highways, we have municipal roads, and we have sub-private roadways within the city. And this jurisdiction makes a major difference in how roadways are maintained, but also in how they are designed and built. Next slide. So here is how that works. An interstate highway is fully managed by WSDOT. They maintain it, they design it, they need to get federal design approvals for that, but it is their highway. And the same is true for a typical US highway. However, there is also such a thing, road, that is incorporated within the U.S. highway network. Those are maintained by the City of Madison and designed by the City of Madison, but require WSDOT approvals and even certain federal approvals for the design. Similarly, state trunk highways also have state trunk connecting highways, which again are City of Madison designed and maintained, but subject to WSDOT approvals. We also have some county trunk highways within the city, and those are generally maintained and designed by Dane County. Next slide. I want to particularly highlight the connecting highways since Park Street is one of them. These are roadways that are owned, maintained, and operated by the city, but because they are incorporated in the state highway system, WSDOT reviews and approves major maintenance and traffic control changes. So if we want to make a change on this roadway, like the installation of a new traffic signal, that has to go through a WSDOT approval. Funding here is also a little more complicated because the city receives connecting highway aid money to help maintain these to state standards. And when we do reconstruction projects, those reconstruction projects are a state-local partnership, a mix of state funding and a local cost share. And in some cases, those reconstruction projects are designed by the state, and in some cases, those reconstruction projects are designed by the city. All of this matters a lot because, next slide, as Yang noted earlier, the highways, which are also part of the state and federal highway system, are really a lot of our most dangerous in terms of the number of crashes. And I do not say this to point fingers at any jurisdiction. I think these are inherently some of our most challenging roadways. Major arterials and highways are the kind of roadways where we are most likely to see fatal and severe injury crashes. But what this inherently means is that this work has to be a partnership with WSDOT, as well as a partnership with Dane County on their highways, and as noted, with a layer of federal approval on top of it. So improving these requires us to continue to work closely with WSDOT and to really align our priorities on what we are trying to accomplish on these streets. And that includes sometimes what seem like really technical questions, things like a traffic signal warrant. Different engineers will interpret that same warrant differently, and two engineers may look at the same intersection. One of them says it justifies a signal, and the other says it doesn't. And these are the kind of conversations we need to have on these roadways. Next slide. So actions going forward. One of the frustrating things about any crash like this is we don't know everything immediately. And it takes a while as we sort of gather information and pull together what we know to really get to a question of what could we do to prevent this from happening again. And one of the things we are really insistent on is the lessons we learn from any crash are not just applied to the location where that crash happened, because it's very unlikely that the next crash happens at exactly the same place. We want those lessons to be applied across the entire city. So what we are starting to do is look at what we've been doing already and look at what we haven't been doing and think about what might we do that might prevent something like this in the future. One of the things we flagged here is that we can use some data we have, like streetlight data, to really identify locations with excessive speeding and see if there's a set of strategies that really apply to those locations. But you can see the white space on this slide, and that's because there will be more that fills this up. And what we hear from you today will help us add to that. What I would say finally as a conclusion here is we in the United States have spent most of a century designing streets to move as many cars as possible, as fast as possible. And I think crashes like this one are the outcome of that design philosophy. But we can do better. We know we can do better. And we're trying to catch up. And that takes thinking, that takes money, and that takes community support. So we really appreciate everyone who's here, and we really appreciate everyone who wants to work for better streets, because it will take all of us to get there. So thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Christoph. And I also want to recognize the people who aren't here but have sent us emails, because we've seen a lot of and received a lot of emails from people with a lot of information as well. So what we're going to do now, after hearing from staff, is hear from people who have registered to speak. And as we did earlier, each person is limited to 3 minutes. And we'll hear from the registrants, and then we'll go to questions and discussion by TC members and any other alders who may be present. So Aiden, who do we have who's registered?
So first we have Maya Larson of Kenward Street. Neither supports nor opposes and wishes to speak.
Go ahead, Maya.
Mute. All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Okay, sorry, I had to unmute. Hi, yes, my name is Maya Larson. I live on Kenward Street, right by the intersection where Sasha Rosen tragically died. My husband and I moved to this neighborhood in July, knowing it's a great community, close to everything, and that we can be active here, and you can ride the bus and walk and bike and run. And I see a lot of people in our community doing that. But I also see so many people using Park Street, which is required to cross to get to a lot of areas in Madison, using the street as a interstate or a racetrack. I mean, there is a lot of people who live on this street, and it's just going to expand more with the redevelopment of the south side of Madison. And it's gotten much worse with the construction of John Nolan, with people hopping over to Park Street to commute. And I agree with what the past speakers have said. There needs to be more infrastructure to mitigate the speeding of the people who are driving on Park Street. And the workup for the park with the BRT and the new traffic signals and everything that was just presented looks great. And I hope that can pass. And I hope it can pass as soon as it's possible, which I know is possible. What is possible? But I hope it can pass soon. And I just want people to be able to be out and walk across the street and not have to worry about their kids crossing the street. And I would like to not have to worry about my future kids being able to cross the street to go to school or bike to the Arboretum. This isn't just a place to get from Oregon to Madison or Madison to Oregon or out. This is a community where people live. This isn't just a street to speed on. And that infrastructure that would be put in that is proposed is what I was going to bring up, but I think that's exactly what needs to be done. So thank you for your time, and I hope we can make the South Side safer for everyone.
Well, thank you very much for coming and sharing your thoughts. Does anybody have a question for the speaker? Okay, I'm seeing no hands. Thank you. Who do we have next, Aiden?
Next, we have Jeff Burkhart of North 6th Street, supports and wishes to speak.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Great. So thanks very much for giving me a chance to make some comments. I'm a friend of Nadja Rosen and Sasha. And I also, for many years, worked on Park Street for the last, I would say about 15 years, and live next to East High School. So I think my perspective on the safety of these streets and the propensity of people to drive at very high rates of speed is informed by that. The day the day after Sasha was killed, I was talking to a coworker who told me that his son had actually just been hit by a car just 2 days before that on East Wash and Patterson. His son was okay, thankfully. But I see this as a growing issue in our community, and one that I understand the city is taking this seriously, but I think there need to be more efforts in concentrated areas around the city, specifically on Packers Avenue, on East Washington. And you've identified many of the areas of greatest concern. But the traffic deaths and injuries to both bikers and to pedestrians are significant. And as our city becomes more populated, we're starting to see a lot more of these types of incidents, and a lot of belligerence on the part of drivers. So I've been a bike commuter for the entire time that I've lived in Madison, and I have seen a lot of belligerent drivers. I've been hit on a couple of occasions, and I have been harassed and threatened by drivers because I'm on a bicycle, and not because I'm disobeying any laws, but because I'm simply trying to enter a crosswalk or utilize the full lane when it is legal for me to do so. And I think there's a significant culture of drivers feeling like they have all the power on a roadway. And that is because of the design of the roadway. So if you look specifically at Park Street, if you look at the way the Park Street is designed, as you're coming down that hill where this driver came from, you will see that drivers tend to pick up speed very quickly. And the design of that roadway needs to be altered. And I know that you need to work with the DOT to do that. But you'll see that it also on Packers Avenue, where there is kind of a hill next to Oscar Mayer. People come down that hill and they're often going about 50 to 60 miles per hour in I think it's a 35 mile per hour zone there. And so I think we need to look at the ways these streets are designed, and use all of the tools that we have available to us to encourage drivers to reduce their speeds. I know that we can't use cameras for enforcement, but can we use flashing lights that have cameras that are attached to them that detect the speed of a car and flash when a car is exceeding the speed, without using them for enforcement necessarily, but as a deterrent. So I would encourage you to look at these roadways that are in fact highways within our city that need to be reduced in terms of the speed of the vehicles.
Thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts. Does anybody have a question for the speaker? Lynn, go ahead.
Thank you, Jeff, for coming and using your time productively today.
Thank you, Lynn.
Yeah, we appreciate everybody coming in and sharing their thoughts. Anybody else have a question for this specific registrant? Okay, who do we have next, Aiden?
Next, we have Mike Tarby of Williamson Street, registered in support and wishes to speak.
Hi, can you folks hear me?
We can, thanks. Go ahead.
Fantastic, thank you. So just want to start by thanking the commission. I know you folks have done a lot of great work and have been really invaluable advocates to making the city safer, making us have a safer transportation environment regardless of how we choose to get around. And I know that you're good people that want to take action, and you're faced with common pathways that are expensive from the city's perspective or drawn out. And I know that you also know that our response to these issues is too slow. Bureaucratic processes require layers of approval and funding, and they take time that we don't have. So what we need to be asking ourselves is, what is the next smallest thing we can do right this moment to substantively address this issue? I want to say that again. What is the next smallest thing we can do right now to fix this? And I don't mean the changes themselves need to be insignificant. When I say small, I'm referring to projects that are achievable in the very near future, low cost, quick to implement. I'm skeptical that flags on speed limit signs fall into that category. I want to call out as an example, the closing of the rush hour lanes on Williamson Street was something that we originally thought would take months to years and hundreds of thousands of dollars, and instead we implemented that in weeks for less than $20,000 and noticed a significant decrease in speed. Earlier, Director Spieler mentioned that we don't know everything about a crash immediately afterwards. I would argue that we don't need to. The presentation talked about factors of fatal crashes, namely speed. Congestion slows down speed. I like an earlier speaker's suggestion under item 1 to close a lane until we devise a more permanent solution. If safety is truly our priority, we can't be afraid to deprioritize vehicle throughput or volume. I also want to push back that enforcement is the answer we're looking for. The presence of a squad car is only effective while stationed at the street and only affects speeds on the block or two adjacent to the officer. This doesn't address systemic issues of vehicle speed and safety of users. Design addresses systemic issues. Earlier this year, the city yielded to concerns about removing parking in front of businesses further north on Park Street, affirming that safety isn't always our priority. We must prove to ourselves and to WSDOT that we are not willing to yield when it comes to the comfort of our most vulnerable street users. I also want to take the moment to humble ourselves. I checked earlier today, we have 663 candidate projects on the Safe Streets list, and we approved 14 for funding last year. That's just not a sustainable model. We can't improve our streets fast enough. So what I'd like to ask TC and city staff to do is to empower residents. Let us make our streets safer, streamline the permitting process for things like asphalt art and for installing traffic calming measures. Personally, it's challenging to hear that Vision Zero is a priority of the city. In response to street safety concerns from my own neighbors and through my role with my local neighborhood association, I began working on a traffic calming project on streets adjacent to my own. I reached out to the city on December 16th, looking for assistance in that project. I've not heard a response back. I know that staff are incredibly busy, but please don't make us wait until one of our neighbors is killed. Thank you so much for your attention and diligence in addressing this problem.
Well, thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts. Does anybody have a question for this registrant? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate it. Aiden, who do we have next?
Next is James Kraft of Fitch-Hatchery Road. Neither supports nor opposes and wishes to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
All right,
yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right.
Yep.
So I'm sitting here in my house at Fitch-Hatchery Road as cars are blowing by at faster than 30 miles an hour. And we know that this crash, this episode of traffic violence something was going to happen. As other speakers have noted, park was designed from the beginning, from the park rebuild back in the day, to make cars faster, move more cars faster without regard to the safety of others. I personally have had to jump out of the way of cars that are ignoring right-of-way requirements, going too fast, ignoring others, the safety of others, driven by people. And those cars aren't independent. And I would really like to emphasize, again, what can we do? What can we do tomorrow? What can we do next week? And there are things that we can do. We can take a risk. Maybe WSDOT would yell at us. Maybe that would get the ear of higher up politicians, so that we can step back and ask, how do we make things safer for people? I was just a few days ago, the RFB beacon by my house here on Midland acted as a bollard, possibly saving the lives of people waiting at the bus stop when a car smashed into it. That could have been another tragedy, right? And there's others, right? Like just a few weeks before that, as we know, someone was just trying to shovel the sidewalk and they almost got killed. Fortunately, they didn't die, but they had severe injuries right at the corner of Park and Fish Hatch. This is a dangerous place. What can we do? Reconstruction? Yes, great. Let's work on reconstruction. But what can we do now? And is the reconstruction that's happening, is it the best we can do? Are there changes that we can do to make this safer here and in other places? Finally, I just want to think about how can we make this more visible? Most people who are driving by do not know that at Park and Fish Hatch, somebody just died. Not at Park and Fish Hatch, sorry. So that's happened as well. At Park and Burr Oaks, somebody just died. Are there ways that we can make it clear to drivers, the thousands of people that pass there every day, that this is a dangerous spot? And that a car driven by a person killed one of our community members there. So thank you again. I know that everyone's working hard. I know that there are many competing priorities, but like Mike said, I really encourage us to ask what's the next smallest thing and the thing after that to build systems that, and a city that values the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much for coming and sharing your thoughts. Does anybody have a question for the registrant? Okay, again, thanks very much for coming. Who else do we have, Aiden?
Next, we have Sally Lehner of Madison Street, supports and wishes to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
I am speaking with you today as a parent of a West High School classmate of Sasha Rosen. Sasha's death is heartbreaking. I visited the intersection where he was killed, trying to get to a school bus. There is a constant stream of speeding cars and reckless driving. It is very scary to cross the intersection with the flashing beacons. I called the MPD to report the reckless driving there, even in the presence of the flowers and memorial marking Sasha's death. I was grateful that Sergeant Wegge called me back, but he informed me that Madison Police Department doesn't have enough funding to enforce traffic laws. As you heard from the police captain, there are only 5 officers specifically assigned to enforcing traffic safety for our entire city. And South Park Street is built like a highway with little traffic enforcement or physical traffic calming features. It's absurdly dangerous for pedestrians, especially kids just trying to get to school. And so I really agree with the other speakers who said, what can we do tomorrow to make this street safer? The loss of Sasha is a tragedy and also completely preventable. Increased investment in traffic calming infrastructure and addressing speeding issues on South Park Street and across our community can make sure this never happens again to another family. As leaders, I'm asking you today for visible and impactful advocacy in the fight for safer streets. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you very much for coming and sharing your thoughts. Does anybody have a question for the registrant? Okay, thank you again for coming and sharing your thoughts. Aiden, who do we have next?
Next, we have Julius Shia of Fitchatchery Road, neither supports nor opposes and wishes to speak.
Go ahead. Can you hear us, Julius? Is he unmuted, Ariana?
Yes, Julius is unmuted and well, they're raising their hand. I'm not sure. They have permission to talk on my end.
Okay. Do they have to unmute themselves?
I don't see that option, so it looks like they are unmuted already.
Yeah, they appear to be unmuted according to my screen.
He probably needs to unmute himself on his end.
Can you go ahead and try and unmute yourself? Oh, okay, we lost him. We're back again. Okay, you show us unmuted now. Can you you try again to speak?
Guys hear me? Hello?
Yes, yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. I think my computer was just having an error. Thank you, members of the Transportation Commission, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Julius Shia, and I'm a Madison resident, and I'm also a parental figure and guardian of my partner's little sister, who is a junior at Madison West High School. I urge you all to take swift action following the tragic death of 17-year-old Sasha Rosen. While I never met Sasha as a pedestrian and a cyclist and the guardian of a Madison West student, I am deeply troubled by his untimely and preventable death. I live on Fish Hatchery Road, less than 1 mile west of the South Park Street crosswalk where Sasha was killed. I've seen and experienced on my street and many others in Madison of dozens of unsafe intersections. Crossing a street in so many parts of our city feels dangerous, and that's because it is. I feel this danger every time I have to dodge speeding traffic while crossing my street or while having to walk my bike across an intersection on South Park Road. This sense of worry and fear only grows exponentially every time I hold my breath while the child under my care has to cross the street to catch a bus to school. Just last summer, I witnessed what could have been yet another senseless traffic-caused death on South Park Street. While driving, I saw a pedestrian jog towards a crosswalk and stopped to let him cross the street. Several seconds later, an inattentive driver hit the back of my car and nearly pushed my stopped vehicle into the crosswalk. Because my car had already been stopped, the pedestrian was never touched, and I was able to drive away from that incident with just a loose bumper and a stiff neck. But it pains me to imagine what could have happened instead. If that speeding driver had hit that pedestrian rather than my vehicle, he would have suffered much more than a fender bender. He may have suffered paralyzing injuries, preventing him from ever running again. Or, like Sasha, he could have been killed, becoming another one of the dozens of lives taken on Dane County's roads every single year. What frustrates me the most right now is that we already know how to make safe streets. The statistics prove it year after year. Speed kills. According to a report by the Insurance Institute of Highway Safety, pedestrians struck at 20 miles an hour had only a 1% chance of dying from their injuries. But once that increases to 35 miles an hour, the risk reaches 20%. And at 50 miles an hour, the chances of death exceed 80. We also know that speed limits and speed limit signs alone do not make for safe streets. It takes more than just a sign to slow speeding traffic. If you've ever driven on South Park Street or any of Madison's other multi-lane high-speed streets, I'd easily bet my last dollar that almost no drivers were following the posted speed limits. Drivers follow the visual cues of their environments, and when streets are designed like highways with multiple wide lanes and few stops, they will never be safe, regardless of the speed limit. We know how to reduce traffic deaths. I applaud that our city has plans for Vision Zero, and with Park Street's imminent redevelopment, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to develop our streets to prioritize pedestrian safety. We need changes that will actually lower speeds. This means things like speed bumps fewer lanes, wider sidewalks, stoplight protected crosswalks, and protected bike lanes, just to name a few. To the Transportation Commission and to WSDOT, when it comes to safer streets, Madison residents are already behind this issue. We're only waiting on you to act. Our streets and roads simply cannot keep prioritizing vehicle speed over human lives. I look forward to a day where everyone in our city, not just drivers, can travel safely and freely. And I know it'll take a lot of work to achieve that. But in the meantime, I urge all of you to do everything at your disposal to make our streets safer before the next dies. Thank you.
Yeah, that's your time. Thank you. Thank you for coming in and sharing your thoughts. Does anybody have a question for the registrant? Okay, again, thank you very much for coming and sharing your thoughts. Aiden, who do we have next?
Next, we have Nicholas Davies of Richard Street, registered in support and wishes to speak.
Hi. Yeah, it was great to see the data tonight, and the city-controlled streets have shown some improvement, but we're almost to 2035 at this point, and we've gone from 15 traffic deaths per year to 16. So we're not on a trajectory to get to 0 traffic deaths by 2035 or ever, unless we get serious about this and make a concrete plan of where we need to get to in each of the remaining years. If we're starting at 16, what is the trend to get to 0? Vision Zero's funding level might not get us there as it is, and if that's the case, then we need to raise the alarm about that now, rather than waiting until we actually miss the goal and letting more preventable deaths occur. The city repaves streets like Park Street all the time, such as Rimrock and Midvale, without reevaluating the number of vehicle lanes, effectively excluding Vision Zero from that whole process. And if that's an obstacle to Vision Zero, then we need to call it out and change it. For example, on Midvale, where speeding traffic has already cost lives, the city just approved multi-lane RRFBs. Crossing 2 or more lanes of traffic at a time already presents a safety challenge, even with an RRFB. We should seriously consider a reduction from 2 travel lanes on Park Street to 1. You know, when it comes to speeding, red light running, failure to yield to pedestrians, and reckless driving in general, congestion is a solution. If someone wants to speed, put them behind someone who's going the speed limit. If someone isn't paying attention to pedestrians, put them behind someone who is. But at the Burr Oak intersection, we also have a curb lane and a left turn lane, and a reckless driver could swerve into either of those as well. The curb lane could be simple to close. You know, buses would have to merge into traffic, but maybe that's an acceptable impact, at least until the BRT creates a proper transit lane. And regarding the left turn lane, that's inessential as well, because Bell Street is basically north-south. Drivers who come southbound on Park Street and go left on Bell today could easily go left a block earlier at Wingra. So I think there are definitely some spot treatments we could make here, and I really think that we need to invest further in Vision Zero to get where we need to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming and sharing your thoughts. Does anybody have a question for the speaker? Okay, thanks. Who else do we have, Aiden?
Next, we have Benjamin Nofke of Westmoreland Boulevard, supports and wishes to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right. So I support serious action to address the safety for pedestrians on Park Street. And I would say that changes should have been made to Park Street before this tragic incident. Anybody who's spent time along here or tried to cross Park Street knows that it's unsafe. We have neighborhoods lining these streets. We have businesses. Everything points to a place that should facilitate foot traffic, but we just have highway-like conditions where we're telling everyone you can speed, and we want you to get through here as fast as possible. So we need to take action now, like many others have said. We should seriously consider reducing the number of lanes as a temporary measure. We've already done this at another RFB at West Washington Avenue. And from personal experience, it's made a night and day difference. Having to cross 2 fewer lanes at this sort of intersection. So we have the capacity to respond in this way. In a more general note, and Nick touched on this a bit with Midvale getting RFPs. I think we should really think about our approach to RFPs and like, is this really a catch-all solution? Should we really be satisfied with saying that these flashing lights on streets with 4 or more lanes, this is adequate for pedestrian safety? At Midvale and the Southwest commuter path, we've had people getting hit by cars, as well as West Washington, which saw that lane reduction. And I know that we've got some coming planned on Midvale, and I believe one was just built on University and Blackhawk, which is 6 lanes to cross. So I think it takes, it merits additional consideration on, is this really a catch-all solution? I appreciate the additional infrastructure, but I think we have to take a cue from the outcomes that we're seeing. So please, systemically evaluate what we've got going on here. Please, please, please do quick build measures. We can't wait for someone else to get injured or die. We don't need a perfect permanent solution right away. And we shouldn't really be prioritizing level of service and throughput. I know WSDOT is around, and my understanding is that is typically a priority. We need to prioritize lives. So thank you.
Thank you very much for coming and sharing your thoughts. Does anybody have a question for the speaker? Okay, thanks. Who do we have next, Aiden?
Next, we have Eleanor Conrad of Observatory Drive. Neither supports nor opposes and wishes to speak.
Thank you. My name is Eleanor Conrad. I wanted to first thank the people who signed up to speak at the top of the meeting due to the very quick response and coordination of the Safe Streets for Sasha organization. Folks likely signed up before the Park Street was even on the agenda. And I also wanted to correct and say Observatory Drive is just where I am right now. I live on Burr Oak. And so unfortunately, I did not get to meet my neighbor, Sasha Rosen, but I very likely saw him as I see students walk past my house to and from the bus stop every day, while I myself am coming and going from my home. I live on Burr Oak Lane and I cross Park Street on foot at least 4 times nearly every day. It is stressful. I have seen and appreciate the flags. I'm very excited about the Park Street reconstruction. I attended those meetings. Thank you for having those public meetings for us to attend. But that's not going to make me safer when I walk home tonight. And so I've been thinking a lot about this Park Street since the crash. I have a couple questions for you this evening, and one particularly for WSDOT. So my neighborhood, a recently annexed portion of the city, has no sidewalks, a severe stray cat issue, which makes it much more preferable to walk in the neighborhood on the other side of Park Street. In the days before this reckless driver killed my neighbor, I remember standing at the end of my walk, assessing the heavy, fast traffic on Park Street and just turning around and to brave the cats and all of having the risk of walking in the road in my own neighborhood. I'm wondering if this increase in risky traffic behavior that I perceived has been fairly recent. Like, as others I think have also been saying, the traffic has been much heavier and seemingly more risky, is also due to the construction on John Nolan. As we continue to see work on John Nolan and on other heavily trafficked areas over the next few years, how are you going to make sure that the alternate new arterials that were formerly quieter streets that are created by the overflow are prepared for the additional risk created by impatient drivers? I agree with what others have said previously, that signs are not the solution. However, when we're talking about helpful and affordable measures that we can do now, where are the radar speed signs that appear in more affluent neighborhoods like the one near Olbrich Gardens? If one was put there today, I apologize, I've been at work, so I appreciate that they're there, but if it's not there, we should put some in immediately so that people can see. I think oftentimes when people are coming from the highway or going to the Beltline, they don't understand how fast they're going, especially when they're in a larger car, an SUV. They don't understand how slow 25 really feels coming off the highway. Also, I regularly see people using the bike and bus lane as a passing lane on South Park Street. Even when I'm standing there giving them a stink eye, holding a handmade sign that says slow down, as I did earlier on Monday, Is there a way also that we can get the city to underscore through the use of paint that this is not a lane for cars, or some other way that we can protect this bus and bike lane from car traffic? Lastly, since we have someone with WSDOT here with us, the Driver Services Bureau is a part of WSDOT, and it is responsible for informing, educating, and licensing drivers. This was a reckless driver that caused this incident, and they're often inebriated, impatient, angry, asleep. What additional measures is the DSB going to take to ensure that only safe drivers are on the road? And again, at the end of my street, a sign warns as you're entering Park Street, divided highway. Highways don't belong in our neighborhoods. And I want to know what WSDOT is going to do to help us make our neighborhoods safer. Thank you, and thank you to everybody who's been working so hard on this Vision Zero project. It can't wait.
Thank you very much for your comments. Does anybody have a question? And thank you for coming. Does anybody have a question for the speaker? Okay, again, thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts. Aiden, who do we have next?
Our last registrant is Christine Schwartz of Van Dusen Street, registered in support, but does not wish to speak.
Okay.
Chair, I don't see Christine. Oh, you said not wishing to speak. Got it.
I believe you said not wishing to speak. Is that right, Aiden?
That's right. Sorry about that.
Yes. No, that's okay. It's important to know that somebody else registered. So again, thank you all for coming and sharing your thoughts. It's very much appreciated. So we will now open it up for questions and comments. And did I hear that we do have somebody from WSDOT here? Could we identify that person?
Yes, my name is Michelle Elliott. I'm the Planning and Programming Chief for the department. And I'm trying to turn my camera on here. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. Okay. There we go. Hi.
Thank you very much. Welcome. In case people have a question for WSDOT, it's helpful to know. Kaylee, go ahead.
Yeah. I first, I guess, want to just say, like, my heart is really with Sasha's family and friends, and I have such respect for their willingness to turn their grief into advocacy. It's really brave. And I think we as a commission, like, owe them urgent actions to make Park Street safer. I want to thank staff for the work and attention on this. I do have to be honest, like, I think this presentation failed to meet the moment. Reviewing changes that we've already done that didn't prevent the tragedy, offering solutions like speed cameras that aren't legal, or talking about street jurisdiction, like, it feels like passing the buck. It's been over 2 weeks since Sasha was killed, and children are continuing to walk and bike to school on this road every day. I was really hoping we would see some options tonight for the short-term temporary solutions that many of the speakers requested that can happen now. So I think my first question is, what are the short-term solutions that the rapid response team is actively considering? I know we had speakers mention cones and asphalt paint, bollards, things of that nature. Like, has that already been discussed by the rapid response team? And then my second question is, one of the registrants mentioned the previous decision to prioritize parking over the safer center running BRT lanes. And I'm wondering if there's any potential consideration for re-reviewing the reconstruction design given this tragedy.
Who wants to field those?
I can, answer some of that, but they'll definitely welcome, Christoph, Sean and others to add to it. Following the crash, we actually, the staff team, considered quite a few different things. Right? One part is, trying to, understand the factors involved. as the police has been, conducting their investigation, we have been, anxiously waiting, for info as well. But we did look into, potentially quite a few things. In the end, what we already implemented, as I mentioned, those flags, flagging the speed limit signs, and we also installed some signing at a crossing that you may see already. Kind of talk about the RFBs, and we did look into whether we can and want to use some temporary traffic control devices like traffic barriers to do something. But in the end, what what staff decided is that those actually might create more issues. And also, this one, I'm just to be honest, right? This one happened to happen at this location, but this particular fatal crash could really happen at many locations in the city. So how can we address that, right? I'm sure that many people both from public and from our team as well, hope we can do more. Personally, I feel for the last couple weeks, I felt very conflicted. I felt although I think we the team decided that everything we did was above standards, not just meeting standards, but well above the requirements of the national standards and requirements. I felt guilty about I hope that we could have done more at this location, and I hope that we could to do something. Actually, being able to just go out do something probably make me feel a lot better. To be honest with you, instead of suffering from that kind of guilt of we couldn't identify a whole lot of things to do. But staff are still working on identify things, but I can talk about a few things we look at it. We actually look at maybe install some like tubular markers, barrels, like at those locations to kind of create like a feeling of narrowness for drivers. But again, this happened over here this time. How about all other locations? And also with the winter, with the snow removal, it's just not possible to do that. We might do that then maybe in the summer. We actually tried that on East Washington Avenue a few years ago, if you remember. But definitely, we do have plans for sure to refresh the crosswalk painting. Once the weather allows. So those are some of the short-term improvements we look at it. I think we'll likely bring some projects with the next Safe Streets Madison approval to the commission as well, such as actually we're thinking about the electronic speed boards, potentially install those on Park Street, letting people know how fast they drive. Even though this crash, right, it's not people coming from a highway, this is going southbound. This is not coming northbound, but I think the point well taken from one of the speakers that we want to create everything go queue we can to let the drivers know that you are in an urban environment, you are in a neighborhood, and you need to slow down.
No, I think one of the things I find intensely frustrating about this situation is that there is a nationally recognized toolbox of things to do on major arterials for safety. And a lot of those were already done on Park Street, and obviously were not enough. So one of my takeaways here is we have to expand our toolbox. We have to figure out what other things we can do on streets like these. We have to prototype them. We have to test them. We have to figure out what actually works. And I think one of the things that is very true when we deal with Vision Zero is the things that we intuitively think will work are not necessarily the things that work the best, which is why we pilot and we test and we do data. But I think it's really important to note that this kind of street, Park Street, is not unique in this way. I've heard the mention of Packers. Packers has very many of the same issues. And when you look at any crash map of the city, it is streets like this. It is these high volume urban arterials that really stand out. I'd say the worst situations are generally where high volume urban arterials meet freeways. Those pop out even more, but these are away from the freeways. These are our most dangerous streets. And I think we need more things in the toolbox. And I think that is very urgent work. I'll note just in terms of the Park Street bus lane versus parking, on-street parking is actually generally a benefit in terms of speeds. So having cars parking in that curb lane actually tends to slow drivers down. So while there are plenty of things involved between the trade-off of parking versus transit, I think that particular design on Park Street, I think, is not a
I think what I meant by that was the center running versus side running. It's safer center running. And I think the parking was the reason we had to do side running, if I remember correctly.
Yes, and that is actually what we modified with the last set of changes. So in that area where we are preserving that parking in front of, in several of those blocks, we will be operating center running in that area. So that was originally thought to be side running, but we found a way to return that to center running.
Okay, thank you, Kaylee. Is that everything that you had?
Yep, thanks, guys.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Alder O'Brien, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just really quickly want to take a moment to thank the family, and I know that Margot and I have spoken on the phone, and thank you for coming out and organizing, and let alone organizing in a situation of grief, and figuring out a path forward is never easy. And so I'm very, very grateful for your work on this, and I know that it will continue, and I want it to continue. There is a lot to happen with the budget and other mechanisms that we can continue to move forward as a city, and I hope to see this advocacy continue. So thank you. I have a bunch of questions, and I'm not going to ask them all just for time's sake, and I'll follow up with some folks after this. I guess I have a couple of questions directly, I guess, for WSDOT, and, you know, Christoph and other folks, you can jump in. A lot of the roads that we see that have the dangerous crashes are in different jurisdictions. So I guess, WSDOT, what is your process or way that you collaborate with the cities and, you know, make sure that the roads that you are in control of fit the safety standards that the city is working to implement? And why do some proposals kind of go against some of those standards that we've been seeing?
Well, I'm going to be very honest with you. I am not a traffic expert. I deal directly with the programming and financing of our projects. So for me to speak on, in general, I know that our traffic people do get regular lists. I mean, I guess to give people perspective, I work for a region. Our region comprises of 16 different counties. In those counties, we have 36 to 40 cities, 4 to 5 MPOs that we work with. So, I'm one person for programming that has a staff of about 2 people who cover all the programming for our 16 county area. So I guess from a traffic standpoint, I know our traffic staff, they work with the TOPS lab at the UW-Madison. I know that we regularly get lists of hot spots for safety throughout our region. And, we try to either use what we call our Highway Safety Improvement Program to address some of those issues. Or if we're also doing a project, we do scope a project, which part of that scoping process is we look at safety flags on a project. And we try to come up with beneficial cost benefit type improvements that can be done to improve those safety issues on a project. It could be anything from adding offset left turn lanes to perhaps a separated right turn lane to arc cuts, roundabouts. Sometimes on curves that we've had issues with, we could put a simple thing as a high friction surface treatment on. So like I said, I'm not a traffic expert, but I know during our scoping process, when we look at a roadway to do an improvement, one of the things we do look at are safety flags, and we try to come up with solutions that are, have a good benefit cost. We're not going to spend $1 million on, an intersection that has, a couple of rear end, it's not prudent use of the taxpayers' dollars. So we try to find a great benefit for the cost that's being expended.
Okay. And then what is your community engagement looking like with the neighborhoods on kind of the different areas? And then also, I know you have the LOAC teams and some of the other kind of local government teams and neighborhood meetings and whatnot, but what does the neighborhood engagement and community engagement look like from WSDOT?
Usually we have regular, when we have public informational meetings, we do send them out. Before we have those, we always have the local official meetings. So I know that it is something that we, if we know that there's a particular neighborhood, like the Among neighborhood, or we try to reach out to leaders of that to make sure we're engaging those people into the conversation. But predominantly it's, making sure we send out, public releases. We use a lot of, more and more lately, we do try to use a lot of social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, to get our message out about, there being a meeting coming up. And, quite honestly, we're always very open to, hey, if you know of a means for us to reach out and engage people to come to our meetings, we're always open for those suggestions. We do our best, but, we don't always know how the best way to engage people to come to a meeting.
Yeah, I hear that. One thing I want to highlight is, there's a project that is running straight through the middle of my district, and I have reached out to folks from WSDOT, and I said, hey, I would like to find some time to sit down and chat about this major project that's coming through my neighborhood. And the response that I received was, you can come to our public information meeting, when I was asking for a one-on-one meeting with the project manager. So I will say I did find that frustrating, just as kind of just a flag for the future. I guess my next question is, I know that in the BRT, kind of the revision of, and maybe Christoph, this is you, I'm more directing this to WSDOT, but there might be some technical things in here. There is a stoplight proposed at Burr Oak, like you were showing. Is there a way to expedite that from, there is federal funding that is required, but can that be approved soon?
By state statute, we are not allowed to spend improvement funds on standalone projects. And I will even give you the state statute because I wrote it down because we get this question a lot. It's state statute 84.06, parentheses 1B2. Any kind of signalization, lighting, those kind of things have to be incidental or part of a larger improvement project. So,
okay. I guess this is for Christoph. There was a registrant who said that, we have more than 600 projects on the Safe Streets list, and we only approved 14 this year. Some of that comes out of capital, and then there's also like the operating budget for staff. What are the barriers that the city is kind of facing in implementing more of these projects? Because we're seeing these kind of a need for these across the city. What is that barrier? Is it dollars? Is it staff? Is it what's going on there?
Yang may be able to add to this too. Generally speaking, it's dollars. Secondarily, it's staff, but staff is also dollars. Obviously, if we had more dollars, we could hire more people to do this work. And one of the things we have been trying to do is go out and get federal grants to be able to add to the number of projects we are able to do. But ultimately, our city budget is a major limitation here.
And could some of that, and maybe this is a question for afterwards, but is there a breakdown of dollars of these projects that are capital borrowing versus staff time that would be an operational, and where we can kind of increase, or what levers we can pull there?
I think that's probably the kind of thing we can give you a more detailed answer on afterwards. Yang, do you have anything to add?
Go ahead, Yang.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. So the vast majority of the Safe Streets Medicine funds we spend on the capital project itself. So the staff cost actually is, so I've been very cautiously, charging staff time to it. So trying to get as much project out as possible. Christoph is correct that both the funding and the staff levels are a limitation. Also, actually, the contractors, be able to find the contractors to do the work has also been quite limiting as well. But I think of all of this, I think the staff is probably the biggest factor here, because we need a lot of staff time to design the projects, to generate the plans, oftentimes some of the projects actually implemented by our own field staff. There's a shortage of those staff as well. I just want to quickly mention that for traffic engineering, in the last few years, we actually grew our budget by quite a few fold, from traditionally for many years about $1.5 million to all the way to like $7 million also. In some last few years, even higher, like almost $20 million. So we are delivering 4 to 10 times of more projects, but our staff level will be increasing a couple staff here and there, but that's not keeping up with the pace of the workload. So as a result, that we had to be honest, we had quite a few burnouts. Staff are actually very motivated by the good things we're doing and the good things that the council and the commission supporting us, like Safe Streets Medicine, like Vision Zero, like Complete Green Streets. Staff pretty motivated, so they're trying best doing more and more. I don't want to mention that many staff definitely feel being burned out. We need definitely a sustainable kind of planning down the road.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I also appreciate the hard work that the staff has been doing to this date, and I've heard about it in the community. I know that folks have seen that. I guess I'm gonna yield some time here and let folks ask some other questions, but I would appreciate a conversation about budget offline for some of the projects afterwards, but I'll come back if I have more questions.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Olkovich, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I also just want to start off by thanking everyone who came and spoke and all the friends and family of Sasha. This is very heartbreaking. I do want to point out one thing that I don't think has been pointed out in discussions of this is that the common feature of a lot of the roads that are caused where we're seeing these accidents is that they are overbuilt for the area that they are serving. Park Street is 6 lanes, 7 lanes. And I don't know that an RRFB is appropriate in that case, but it seems like this has been common in Park Street and East Washington and Packers and Stoughton, but it doesn't seem like WSDOT has any concern for cities or people living in them or for the safety of people trying to cross the street. It just doesn't feel like it's a priority compared to moving cars, which is very frustrating. That being said, I don't think that we can just throw our hands up and say it's WSDOT's problem. And Yang, I appreciate you talking about some of the things that staff are looking at. Even if it's, I know you mentioned the difficulty with barrels, but even if it's as simple as just like creating some constricting imaging at where we have these intersections and these RRFBs so that it's much more clear that people are going to be walking through here in this area. Or, I don't know, smaller barrels or things like that. It does feel like we need to do something. And like you pointed out, this is not the cause of this accident isn't unique to Park Street. It just happened here, but these are things that we need to be thinking about at all of our city streets. And I guess on that note, I did want to ask for ways we can look at these as a committee in the future. A lot of places have a concept of a pyramid of safety. So, for every reported death or severe accident, there's usually minor, X number of minor incidents. And for every number of those, there's X number of near misses. In a lot of the reporting for Vision Zero to the committee, there's a lot of focus on deaths. And so it might be good for us to see heat maps of where some of these more minor accidents are so that we can get a more complete picture and try and identify these areas before they happen. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up is that we have the Safe Routes to Schools program. I don't know that we've had an update at TC in my time on TC, but it might be good for us to look at that and get an update and think about how we can, I know it's not scheduled to complete for, I think, another year or two, but if there are things we can do in the interim, that would be good. I know those aren't really questions; those are more comments. But I wanted to bring them up. So, and yeah, I appreciate the work that you and your staff are doing. I know it's difficult with limited resources, but thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Yang, don't we have a heat map of sorts with all crashes that will be coming to TC? In terms of data that will report on all crashes, just not fatal crashes?
Yeah, correct. Yeah. So additional information that we're working on actually right now, some of those will be the Vision Zero progress report. And some of those will be, we have crash facts reports that we're working on. And so those have additional information, including all crashes. So yeah, for a heat map, I think that's that's a great idea. We did some of those as we develop our high injury network. yeah, we can definitely spend some time work on that. We actually updating our hydrogen network. So yeah, we'll bring some of those to TC in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang.
And Yang, with regard to safe routes to school, we talk about safety around schools. We touch on it during the quarterly traffic safety reports, but it might be worthwhile for us to talk about that in an agenda meeting and maybe just have a sole agenda item talking about safe routes to school and traffic safety around schools, because it's a topic that certainly comes up a lot. So I made a note, Alder, to talk with staff about that and see what we might be able to get on the agenda. Go ahead, Yang.
Yeah, so thank you, Chair. That's a good idea. Actually, I was talking with Kevin yesterday, and we plan to bring our current work on safe route to school planning to the commission. We're looking at probably doing that in March-ish. So we were thinking about so that's actually a work funded by a couple of different federal grants we got. We're working with about 30 schools in Madison right now. Working with them, developing safe routes to school plans. So lots of good staff has done a lot of really good work. They spend a lot of time, visiting those schools, observing the traffic, collaborating with the MMSD and the school staff on that. So we have been spending a lot of time on that, and we actually hope to bring those to the commission for an update. And I will collaborate with you on how to fit those into our agendas, whether as part of the grant funding project update or whether it's on its own. Okay. But I can tell you, staff are doing a lot of really important work on that using the federal grants that we got. And I think it could be very helpful for us to brief you all on it and getting your feedback through the process as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Yang. Anything else, Alder?
No, I think that would be really helpful. Thank you, Yang.
Okay, great. Alder Martinez Rutherford, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I am really going to piggyback on Alder's before and one, say thank you to all the family and individuals who showed up to pour their heart out in search of a solution. My heart's broken, and many of my neighbors' hearts are broken as well, because what a horrible loss. And I want to reiterate what Alders, O'Brien, and Okovich said about the streets we have the biggest problems on are the ones that are shared by WSDOT. And I wish that there was someone else here from State Transportation Engineering that would give a more substantial answer. And thank you, Michelle, for coming. And
you're cutting out there, Alder.
Park Street. Sorry, Park Street. I was getting quieter. Park Street, Stoughton, East Washington, and Packers Road. Packers Road has a speed board. People don't slow down. Most of these streets also have schools or schools very close to them. And throughout the engagement process, at least with Stoughton Road, since it's also straddles mine and Alder O'Brien's districts, the city has laid forth our preferred options, which are always to reduce lanes and reduce speeds to be consistent with city traffic. And if you ask a lot of people and how fast you want to get to work, they're going to say, I want to get there as quickly as possible. But I want them to get there safely. And thinking about Stoughton Road, La Follette High School is right near the intersection of Flom and Stoughton. And we've said over and over again what we would like to see because of safety concerns. And I don't want to see that happen to one of my students in our district or any other student outside of my district. So I guess, Michelle, the question I have is, how can we be better partners to each other? What are ways that we can work together to make our streets safer, especially the ones that are controlled by WSDOT, to make sure that our kids get home from school, that our family members return home after work, that those people who want to ride their bike to work don't have to live in fear of not getting home. What can I do? What can Alder O'Brien and I do, and traffic, the transportation department here in Madison do to work with y'all?
Well, and I mean, I would say that, you know, if you were to talk to Christoph and you know, the traffic department for the city, we do work with them on a regular basis. And, you know, and I guess I've been around long enough with the department that, you know, on East Wash, when East Wash was rebuilt back in, I think, the late 90s, early 2000s, we did work. Those lanes were narrowed to 10 feet. Now, you know, I understand there is a lot of traffic, and, you know, okay, if you take, there's always that give and take. You know, you've got main arterials that take a lot of the traffic. Now, if they didn't do that, they would go somewhere else. And we do hear that from neighborhoods. You know, for example, you know, when we talk about 51 and, you know, the schools nearby, you know, if we were to open up a new intersection, you know, we've heard from the school saying, we don't want that because now we'll have traffic going by. You know, when the person had mentioned taking out a left turn lane at one of the intersections on Park Street because they could turn left at a previous intersection. Well, how would the neighbors in that area feel if now everybody's turning left and going on their street? They would not like it. So there's always this trade-off. And I know it's as an engineer, it's very difficult because you're making no one happy at any given time, everybody happy. So, you know, there is a lot of trade-offs. But I believe that the DOT tries our best to work with the city of Madison to listen to their needs and try to balance it with the needs of the state, as, you know, the commuting and, you know, traffic. You know, I'll give you an example. I don't live in Madison. I live in Watertown, but I drive every day into Madison. I'm what you call a commuter. And so we deal with that kind of traffic as well. It's not just, you know, local traffic in the city of Madison. So it is a difficult balance. It is a difficult balance, you know, and dealing with, you know, semi trucks and larger vehicles that bring goods and services to the city of Madison. You know, they have to go somewhere. You don't want them on your local streets. So I understand, and it is hard.
I guess I've just seen a lack of prioritizing safety for our citizens. Like, yes, thank you for working with us. And I have seen that, but I also know that when there are things that I've tried to iterate that protect people, that we know protect people, I just want to feel that that's being heard and considered very seriously, especially, like I said, when we have schools and students who need to cross streets when we're cutting through our neighborhoods at high speeds. And yeah, anyway, thank you.
And it's before my time because, while I am older, I'm not really old. The philosophy of how roadways were built in the 60s, 70s, and maybe the 80s, that has drastically changed now. And as we get to rebuilding things, we changed the way that we look at things, I think, for the better. So, eventually we should hope to see that improvement on Park Street as the city and the department, work together.
And I will say from the city staff point, I see a lot of Michelle. We do very regular meetings with TxDOT, with WSDOT. Sorry, wrong state. With WSDOT, and mind you, guys have not met TxDOT, but we do a lot of coordination with WSDOT, and especially on the district level, I feel like those conversations are often very useful, very productive. But I do also want to point out that WSDOT is a large organization, and there are a lot of decisions which are not made at the district level. They're made at the central office level, which includes a lot of the technical approvals. And so sometimes what we're seeing here is that Michelle and others are working within their own set of constraints that are coming from the central office. And everybody's also working within a set of constraints of some technical standards that I would say in some cases are very outmoded. The whole traffic signal warrant system is really designed to avoid putting in traffic signals rather than encouraging putting in traffic signals. And what we often have to do on the city side is actually, frankly, get kind of creative in how we interpret engineering standards or applying alternate standards in order to do things that we know are actually safer and are actually better. And so those central offices at WSDOT are also working within the interpretation of those standards and within their interpretation of those standards. And part of it is we are trying to turn an entire system that has been pushing in one direction. And I think there's a lot of work to do at all levels of like reconfiguring the system in how it thinks about safety.
Thanks, everybody. Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, there's a whole lot to unpack here. So I really want to express my sincere condolences to Sasha's family, mom and aunt, and all the people that loved him and knew him. This is sitting heavy, very heavy in many of our hearts. So, and especially as people, myself care very deeply about pedestrian safety, personally as a blind pedestrian and more globally, that all of us deserve to make it home safely. I think there's a couple threads I want to pull on. There's a lot that's been said both by our speakers and by my fellow commissioners and city staff, so I don't want to repeat that. But I think we have a very steeped culture in speed is acceptable behavior. And, among those of us who do this work, we know it's not an acceptable behavior, and we lift it up whenever we can. But I listen to my community, and just even being out in public, buying a new cell phone this weekend, some of the conversation in the little booth next to me were about people who, there was a brag mentality about speeding. And it's so deeply, deeply acculturated that not only do we need to do the things that we've been talking about, and I really want to encourage us to look at what are our short implement now. When we talked about Park Street many months ago, it was really hard to think that these changes were years away. And so when we look at a street plan, have asked staff, can you all bring us, what are some short-term things that we can do right away, out of the Strong Towns Network and all the other places where innovation is living that we could implement as we build towards the more permanent change that we want. But we also just have this crisis of people believing that they can go fast and even just being proud of that fact. And I see that as a public health crisis, frankly. This is a public health crisis. So, I stepped off the Vision Zero task force to let one of my staff grow developmentally there. So I don't hear all those details, but what is I think that's one of my questions is what is our relationship with Madison-Dane County Public Health on lifting this issue up as a health crisis? Last night, as I was trying to walk home, 2 cars each night blew through the rapidly flashing beacon after it had been on long enough for them to stop. And cars are beeping at them. People are yelling at them. I'm scared. And I am trying to finish my walk home with a very rapidly beating heart and extended my walk in my quieter neighborhood just to settle down my system. And the negative ramifications of that was elevated stress hormones. I didn't die today, but what are the long-term health effects of living under that kind of daily stress? And people not leaving their homes. I read some of the messages from the moms who are now driving their kids to school. So the kids are losing that health benefit of walking and then being with peers and visiting with peers on the bus and all the things that we know are important from a social, psychological standpoint in reducing social isolation and loneliness. So this is a problem that has so many ties to our overall well-being. And, while I know a lot of our work, of course, here is policy, and putting things into practice, I'm also just really begging us to look at who are our partners that can help elevate this issue as a serious public health issue. Christoph, I'm really pleased to hear that that the relationship with you and WSDOT is a good one. I agree that there are constraints, and I'll continue that work as best I can, and I would ask others to really focus on that. There's outdated stuff that WSDOT does that really does need to modernize and to be better partners on these roads that are within community boundaries. So I feel like I'm starting to wander a little bit, but I just am really asking us to always come with what's the thing we can do right now while we're working for the bigger work, and who are our partners that we are not tapping into who can help us elevate this issue. So thanks. I don't know if anybody needs to respond, but I want to plant those couple seeds.
Did I hear you right, Denise, that the 2 major issues are what changes on Park Street could be done in the short term? We've heard that question a lot tonight. And then a little bit different way of talking about this from a public health crisis standpoint. And it relates to the messaging in Vision Zero, I think, in terms of the safety culture. So Yang, maybe you've got your hand up. Maybe you can talk about that, because I think, doesn't that mix with that safety culture message, Yang?
Yeah, thank you, Anne. Yeah, thank you, Denise. Those are great points. So we agree that traffic safety is not just a traffic safety issue. It's a public safety issue. It's also a public health issue. So we have been approaching from that angle. We actually work with Madison and Dane Public Health very closely. We actually meet every week on that. We also actually, traffic engineering, as you know, received that the Safe Streets for All federal grant. A component we included is a IoT position. We were lucky to hire a wonderful staff member, Julia, to fill that position. We, even though officially it's within traffic engineering, we actually have her work a lot at the public health. So working with folks over there, on a lot of different issues. So for example, some of the projects that she's working on, includes working with local establishments, serving alcohols, trying to make sure that, customer safety is a priority for all of us. And, making sure, they have safe ways to get home, after enjoy, some drinks, and also preventing kind of over drinking, things like that. So, so I appreciate bringing it up. So we can definitely, try to find a way to collaborate on more. It is a public health issue. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Yang. I really appreciate that a lot. And I just also wonder, are there, some public outreach campaigns, that that could be considered as well. So just seed planting again. And Anne, in response to your comment, yes, absolutely, for Park Street. What are some of the short-term things that we can get in place now? And keep learning from them and modifying. But, as Yang said, and I would wholeheartedly agree that tonight, this could happen somewhere else in the city, that there is just so much propensity to high speed and red light running. So when we're looking at our upcoming projects, and especially ones that we know we can't get the funding for or really start rolling on for, a couple of years, what might we do now? Just to bring that both and mindset to all of our planning discussions. So that's it for me. So thank you.
Thanks, Denise. Pepe, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. First, I want to apologize. I don't have my camera on, but last time I tried, the meeting kicked me out for my connection, so I'm going to keep it off. Second, I want to acknowledge of the family members, friends, and neighbors of Sasha and others that have lost their lives in the streets. I feel that in my heart, especially with what happened to Sasha, because I personally live within 2 blocks of where that happened. So I live the reality of crossing Park Street weekly, many times daily, and I understand the challenge very well. I want to start by saying that the one thing I want to try to avoid, and us to avoid here, is the chicken and the egg conversation, where we are in between people not wanting more traffic in the neighborhoods, but then us not wanting the highways to be highways, but to actually be safer streets. So we are kind of like trapped in that conversation. I feel like we have to just make the right decisions that will align ultimately with the city that we want to build for the future, and that will honor the Vision Zero plan that was adopted and approved and by all of us, the council and the mayor and the city, etc. So from then, I just don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but dropping speed limit, it's great news, but I feel like it just in a street or a road that has 6 to 7 lanes, that simply doesn't work. I walk, I bike, and I drive through that intersection often. And every time that I try to respect the speed limit, what happens behind me is that people get even more frustrated than they used to when the speed was higher, and I have people pass me on both a left turning lane and the bus lane, sometimes both at the same time. I've had people pass me on both sides at the same time on Park Street. So I'm just not sure that the way that we treat smaller streets by dropping the speed limit will work on a road like this. I don't have the data to back it up, but I personally feel that it actually creates the opposite. Creates more frustration because the design is telling you to speed up, but the sign is telling you to not to. So there's a big gap there that I feel we can address differently or complementary with other things beyond just dropping the speed limit. That being said, I just want to quickly, Yang, would you mind pulling up the presentation where in that one slide where the reconstruction for Park Street for BRT, the one slide that was showing the new proposed street, just for a second?
Yes. Yeah, please give me 1 second.
For sure.
Yeah, sorry, it takes some time. Should get there quickly.
Here it comes.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, but let me go to full screen mode so you can see it better. Yeah, maybe as we scroll down there, maybe also want to quickly talk about speed limit reduction. Patty, you are correct that speed limit reduction alone doesn't work very well. So we try to complement that, with many other things that we can possibly do quickly. But I think my opinion is that, we shouldn't wait to reduce the speed limit just because it's not perfect. The reason is that, we have been using that actually as a reason not to do so for many, many years, right? We always tell people that only by changing speed limit signs, it doesn't work. We need to redesign a street. However, though, reconstruct street sometimes take 20, even 50 years. And meantime, people are dying. So I think, after a lot of debate, we decided that let's try it, right? Even though we know it's not perfect, but let's try how it works. I understand your the observation, your personal feeling. Yeah, that's definitely true. But I can definitely tell you that we did a lot of studies after changing speed limit signs, coupled with whatever we can do, right? It's like whether it's add continental crosswalks to remind the drivers there are people crossing here, or having MPD to do some enforcement to help, or install RFBs. We try to couple those as much as possible. And for the projects we have done so far, the vast majority of those, we saw pretty encouraging results. Again, we didn't reduce the average speed that much. However, though, for people who drive really fast, we did reduce those quite a bit.
Right, the outliers,
right. So for studies, we have seen anywhere from 30% to 90% reduction on people who drive 50 miles per hour above speed limit. So just want to kind of share that information. But I know there's still people speeding for sure. So is this a slide you're looking for?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And Yang, and I appreciate your thoughts there. And I don't want to sound ungrateful here. I feel like the staff has done an amazing work so far. It's just the time to go to the next measure, right? We did what we could with the speed limit, and that worked to a certain level, and now we're ready for the next. And then help me understand here, because it looks a little tiny on my phone, but I don't see any parking lanes on this. Is there going to be any parking on Park Street?
In this section,
under this design,
in this section, we are looking at allowing parking off peak in the outside lanes, but not full-time parking.
I see. So then when there is parking off peak, then it would turn into 1-lane traffic and 1-lane bus. Am I getting that right?
Correct.
Okay, great. Awesome. Yeah, no, I'm loving that. Yeah, but because I just wasn't sure if that was, if we were going to have 2 lanes of traffic plus parking, which is kind of the situation now in some areas. Because, you know, if you look at all the businesses on Park Street in that area, all of them have plenty of parking already in their own properties. So there wasn't really, I mean, I personally haven't seen many people park on the road in that section. But that's good. Okay, cool. So then it would go down to 1-lane traffic, 1 bus, and 1 flex. Okay, great. I think we have an opportunity here to take action in the short term. But before I jump into that, Christoph, what's the timeline on this photo that we're looking at, on this design? What's the desired or expected timeline for accomplishing this?
I mean, essentially what we're looking at here is we need federal funding before we can move on this. This is project 75% federal funding. And the way federal funding works is you basically need the entire project approved. You don't want to be spending your local money before you get full project approval. So basically the schedule we are on is environmental approval imminent, which might get us to a full funding grant agreement with the feds by the end of the year or early next year. Which then puts us into construction in 28 or so. Once we're in construction, we definitely have the ability to prioritize certain pieces of the project. It obviously is not all built at the same pace. So we could make the decision, for example, to prioritize pieces of Park Street. But that's the general schedule we're looking at right now, and that schedule is fundamentally driven by the timeline of federal approvals and federal funding.
Mm-hmm. Okay, awesome.
I could make that faster. But
yeah. So yeah, right. So optimistic would be like end of 2027. So yeah, I understand that. Yeah, well, you know, I mean, who knows better than you that cities evolve and cities change, right? And the south side of Madison has been growing in population. There are more and more projects bringing more residents to the area. What used to be mostly industries with smaller neighborhoods is now getting a bigger density of residents and more people needing to cross the streets. And I personally feel that the neighbors in the south side of Madison deserve the same level of service that, for example, Willie Street neighbors get or have got. And what I mean by that is that I would love to see us working together and stuff on a pilot of something that we can test in the short term on Park Street, like we did on Willie Street just not long ago, where we could, you know, take this design that we're looking at right now and see how much of this can we test using orange cones, using whatever we have at hand. I'm not sure if there's a study on left turns onto Bell Street at Park and Baroque and how many people actually turn left there, but that's potentially an area that could be blocked and just eliminate the left turn there. And or eliminate one lane with cones. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, Christoph.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't want to practice traffic engineering live on a video call, but I think the kind of things you're raising are exactly the kind of things we need to look at. And like I said before, I think this is a case to ask, like, are there things we can add to our toolbox that would work in a situation like this? Because if we can find good ones that work here, they're going to be useful in a lot of other places.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. That's probably more of a Yang and Tom Moore question. Yang, now that we have you, I'm not sure we have Tom here. Is that something that we can look at in the short term? Design a pilot like we did on Willow Street, but do it here based on this design?
Yeah, thank you, Pepe. That's a good idea. We can definitely look into that. Again, as I mentioned, we already think about change some of the operations here using barrels. Right after the crash, one of the speakers mentioned that she noticed the people using the bus lane as a kind of a bypass lane to overtake other vehicles. It's kind of quite dangerous. We kind of thought about some concept on that. But the point is that everything has its has its positive side, also has a negative side. If we do that, actually will create a lot of negative impacts to the to the bus traffic. If we go out to close that lane, we can try to develop something. But here it will be definitely a lot more challenging than Willie Street. We do have to get approval from WeStart on doing any major change like that. But we can definitely take a look at it. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, I really appreciate the willingness to try something. We know it's challenging and it will be challenging, but I think it's worth it. Taking a risk, asking the questions, and see where we get. I think that will be a way to show the neighbors that we're taking action, and also taking actual action to look at what would it be if we were closer to what this design is showing. What would it look like? What would it feel like?
Also maybe a kind of small correction here. We can definitely go back to double check the design. But I don't believe that. So there are going to be parking allowed kind of north from here. But for this stretch, I don't believe right now the plan is to have off-peak parking lane here. But we can double check on that.
Okay, excellent.
The extent of parking is something that is still in consideration right now.
Thank you. Just to mention other potential short-term things that we can do, is it possible to install a speed radar that's showing your speed in that area? And I don't think I'm not trying to just focus too much there because we had the fatality there, but just the reality of that area is that it's a stretch on that downhill, uphill where people actually speed up quite a bit. I think it would be worth just putting something there, or do some kind of testing that will show people the speed that they're driving at. I was thinking northbound at Dane Street, potentially, and southbound around North Avenue. What are the chances we can try something like that?
Yeah, thank you. Will do.
Thank you. I mean, as I was saying, I think short term we have opportunities here, and I'm super grateful, Yang, to you and the team and everybody at the city. I feel like we are in front of a great opportunity that comes with challenges, but I think the team has shown in the past that they can do amazing stuff. So I'm excited about what changes we can make here and we can show. Now, very quickly, I want to jump into more long-term things. What are, in your opinion, Yang, you were talking about the camera enforcement, and I know that's illegal right now, right? There's a law that suppresses that. What will be the path to tap into that at a state level? Is that something that we need our politicians to vote for at a statewide level? Is that what needs to happen?
You are correct. Yeah. So that would involve the state legislature to change that. Actually, right now, there is a bill going through the process right now, but that only allows the Class 1 cities in Wisconsin to pilot it. Class 1 cities in Wisconsin only includes Milwaukee. So we have been working with them on this actually for a long time. And we hope that we can help them, support them getting it. There had been oppositions in the past, so there's a lot of work behind the scene, and hopefully one day in the near future, all the cities and municipalities in Wisconsin hopefully will have this tool to use. Again, I don't think this is going to be replace the regular enforcement from MPD, but I think this will complement what we are doing right now very well. I think it can be very helpful too for us. So thank you.
Yeah, the data shows that, right? I mean, you showed it in the slides how others have been very successful using it. And with this, I want to close. What I understand, there's a path. Now here I'm dreaming really big, okay? So bear with me, but I understand that there's a path for taking the U.S. connector highways out of the city. Like, let's say, make Park Street not a U.S. connector highway anymore, not US 151, and moving that away. Is that what's the path for that? Is that a 10, 20, 30 year timeline? Is that even a possibility? Something we can connect with other advocates at a state level that can help move that forward?
It is being actively looked at by the state and the city at this time. We're actively working on it. There are quite a few steps that have to occur. Everything from a connecting highway rescission to a jurisdictional transfer, renumbering some parts of roadways, putting up brand new type 1 and type 2 signage for if and when the roadway is moved, getting federal highway approval to actually move the roadway, and I believe also having a public hearing, because if it is moved, it would probably be more than a 5-mile move. So statutorily, we have got to have a public hearing. So there's a lot of steps but we are actively working on it, both the city and the state.
And I think at the point when we are ready to do so, which may be very soon, we plan to come to TC with an overall briefing on that proposal, how that would work, what implications that would have, et cetera, and to bring you up to speed on that.
Michelle, Christoph, you don't know how much hope you have brought to my heart and the heart of others. So thank you for all your work, and looking forward to having that conversation with TC. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Pepe. Robbie, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll try not to go too long because everybody's said a lot of things, and we are getting later in the evening. But first of all, I just want to thank everybody who spoke and wrote in and is working on this issue. Reading the letters and the comments that came in before the meeting even started was just both heartbreaking for me and also kind of infuriating, because many of us have known that South Park Street is an incredibly dangerous road for many, many years. And people who've been out for beers with me and heard me talk about transportation issues have heard me rant about how South Park Street is some of the remaining affordable housing in the city. It has services on both sides of the street. You have many things that people want to be able to access, and yet being able to cross the street is taking your life in your hands. And that's completely unacceptable, and it has been for many years. But making changes to both a roadway and the culture of the city is very difficult. And we're dealing with people who get, as Pepe said, get frustrated when they have to slow down or when they get backed up in traffic, and they take it out by accelerating or weaving through traffic. we have it being a state connecting highway, which means that we have to get WISDOT approval for anything we do. We have financial constraints. We have all of these issues that make it really difficult to make it the type of road that we want it to be. But as Park Street redevelops, I think that it's going to become a different kind of roadway. And there's many things that many of us can do, including emailing and talking to our legislators about making some changes in the camera situation, and just saying we want more flexibility on how the roads in the city are managed, and also just going to meetings so that when there is a project that is going to make an impact, and that includes things like the Beltline, Stoughton Road, and all of these things, because almost all the really dangerous roads that we have are either state connecting highways or they are within a mile or two of a major state road, such as the Beltline or Stoughton Road or the interstate. People are coming off the road and they are going at highway speeds, and they keep going to highway speeds, or they're headed to a state highway and they are trying to accelerate and get there quickly. These are city streets. These are places where people live and shop and work and go to the library and public health on South Park Street and restaurants and things like that, and they need to be safe. So I just want everybody who wrote in and spoke to know that even though we didn't answer it, we didn't ask you questions, we hear you, and we know how frustrating it is. West High is in my neighborhood, and I have many friends that live near South Park Street. I have accessed it by foot and by bike and by bus and by car, and I know how bad it is. So I just want everybody to know that we hear them. But I also want WISDOT to hear that we need to have flexibility to make these streets work for us and not have more traffic poured onto them by expanding the road that goes around our downtown. That just moves the problem onto our streets and makes them more dangerous. So I just want that message to go up the line at WISDOT and give us the flexibility that we need to make them safe. But there are things that each of us as individuals can do. And one of them, as I said, is writing to our legislators. But I want to push back a little bit on Pepe's contention that if you go the speed limit, it doesn't do any good, because that's one lane that's not going over the speed limit. If you're going the speed limit, that's somebody else who can't go fast. So we can people do take their cues from the people around them. So if we go the speed limit, then other people will take the cue. And there will always be people who will misbehave and will be jerks about it. We know that. That's what happens in life. There will always be jerks who are not following the rules and the social cues, but we can start by setting those social cues. And when we hear people complaining about traffic or not being able to go fast, we can push back on that as well. So all of us have a role to play. And I just want to thank everybody again who is working on this, and know that we're all trying very hard to make this a safer city. And we've heard a lot about South Park Street, but if you look at the statistics, we have other streets such as the part of East Washington that's close to the interstate that is also extremely dangerous, and we need to fix those as well. Losing a 17-year-old is absolutely heartbreaking, and you know, the potential and the years lost and the joy is just, there's nothing that can replace that. But all of the people that we've lost, we have to look at the streets, all of them that we've had trouble with, and most of them are large streets, and most of them are within a mile or two of a state highway, or they are a state connecting highway. And I think that we need to recognize that and start working on those issues, and say, why are those roads the ones that are dangerous? So I guess I just had one question for WSDOT, and that is, what are the constraints to us making these changes? And I'm asking WSDOT because I know I can ask Yang and I can ask Christoph, but I'd like to hear it from WSDOT. What are the reasons that we can't make the changes that we want to make?
Well, again, I said I'm not a traffic expert. I am mostly in planning and the programming side of things, but we do have, certain minimum standards set by the federal highway for the type of roadway, for example, that Park Street is, that, it's a principal arterial. So we do have minimum standards that we are required to behold to. Some of those have to do with the width of lanes, accommodation of trucks. And I guess as far as, the comment that everything that you do has to go through DOT is not necessarily true on a connecting highway. When the RRFBs have been put up, some other safety improvements, those have not necessarily gone through the department. Some of the things we do get involved with, especially is with signalization, especially near the Beltline, for the simple fact that, there is a lot of traffic. There's a lot of traffic coming off of it. And while we could minimize the lanes on Park Street, at what cost that it is at to complete total backups and crashes and fatalities on the Beltline. So it is a give and take, and it's not easy. Like I said, I'm not, just dealing with a normal federal highway standards. We've got certain rules that we have to follow as well. So I know it's not a good answer, but
I think there's more flexibility there than we've been given, but thank you.
Thanks, Robbie. Alder O'Brien, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I have 3 questions, one for Yang, one for Christoph, and one for MPD. I guess I will start with Yang. So we've heard a lot kind of in the past 2 weeks about how, the intersection and, all of the safety improvements that were supposed to be there were there, but yet the driver was still driving recklessly, and we need to, have an education campaign and work to educate our drivers to drive more carefully. What is the city doing, or what is kind of in the city's plans to do an education campaign kind of surrounding this, and what is, I guess, what's the plans?
Yeah, thank you, Alder. That's a great question. So that's actually a component of what we want to do for Vision Zero, safe people. So we are doing a lot of public engagement events, and trying to let the public understands the importance of a safety culture. We ask everyone to be, I think some of you said it really well. Everyone, all of us has to be part of it. So we're trying to, reach a lot of the traveling public for that. For example, that we pick the most the well-attended events such as Safety Saturday every year. We have an engagement team there. We have a booth. We have different setups, and we also have a sign for people to pledge. Right? They will be they will drive safely. They'll watch out for others. Things like that. We also go to a lot of community events. So those are one part we're doing. Second component is that we're developing, other campaigns. For example, we did, so thank you to support from our colleagues at Madison Metro. We did bus ads and also collaboration with Delee's team at Wisconsin Council of the Blind and Visually Impaired, that we did quite a few bus ads asking especially drivers to drive safely, to yell to pedestrians, things like that. We are also are installing quite a bit of educational signs in a community. We just started the first batch of that, and the others will be coming up. At the intersections where we made treatments. We'll tell people what it is, why it is important, and we have also been working on some ideas about collaborating with DMV and using their TVs. Where drivers are waiting to do their, businesses at the DMV, we want to target them. We also actually added this to traffic engineering work plan this year under Vision Zero. One of the things we want to start to pilot is that we want to collaborate with MPD and also the court to set up a kind of maybe a diversion program when someone getting a traffic ticket. Instead of paying a fine, can we develop a process for the person to receive education? So those are some examples. But one thing that I will say that we'll be looking for probably more budget support on this, as these are operating budget in nature. And as you know, operating budget has been very tough for us in the last few years. We're not able to, get more operating funds to do this. So we hope that to work with you and others, possibly funding more operating dollars, so we can do more of those engagement events.
Perfect, thank you. And I do hope to, when we have that budget conversation offline, I do hope that we can discuss that. Turning to Christoph, sorry, moving fast because I know it's late. I spent my afternoon in the state capitol today lobbying legislators to make sure that we have a strong presence in the Capitol. And I guess, what is your role and how are you uplifting legislative priorities to the mayor's office or to council leadership, so that when our lobbyist or myself or other council members are meeting with legislators at the state level, that those are being communicated as priorities for the city?
I mean, I'll say generally the same kind of discussions we're having here, we're having with the mayor's office. So, things like if we're talking about speed cameras here, the mayor's office is we're having those same discussions there. I mean, obviously it fits into a big picture of what the city's priorities are. But I think we are on a staff level, what we're doing is basically flagging where are cases where state legislation could make a difference.
You're cutting out, Christoph.
Doing that, and that was it.
Christoph, are you back? You were cutting out.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, well, you're back now.
Yep. Okay. But I was done with that answer.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just know that is something that's important, and I know that the city council is making an extra effort to be in the building ourselves, not just our lobbyist. And so, you know, I've been in the Capitol twice, and I meet with my legislators that represent my district on a regular basis, and I know that other folks do as well. So just making sure that we also know those priorities and those get communicated to us is just super important, so we can communicate that. And then for MPD, I guess we've heard a lot of conversation about needing more traffic enforcement, and you said that when officers are on their shift and not dealing with 911 or emergency calls, that we are encouraging officers to do proactive enforcement. I did a ride-along recently, and there was no break for doing that during the ride along. It was pretty much back-to-back calls. So I'm curious, what is the reality behind, like the practicality behind that? Are our officers actually having time to do that? Or are we kind of stretched thin and that they're, you know, kind of running to calls back-to-back? I also understand that this might be a question for the chief, so pardon me if that is the case.
Yeah, I'm not directly involved with our shift and staffing analysis that we tend to do every year to look at our numbers for both proactive and reactive time from a patrol standpoint, at least. So I don't necessarily have that data, but as you mentioned, we will have days or even multiple days in a row where our officers are running from call to call to call. And then they have the administrative paperwork end of those calls that they have to do outside of that time as well. Often in that unrestricted, you know, proactive time, if you will, where they're still available to be dispatched, but catching up on that paperwork. So, you know, traffic is one of many things that our districts weekly, you know, are pushing out to their teams and their people on you know, different spots and areas that as a district they are identifying, at least for that specific week, and that will change by the district commanders. Sometimes every week, other times you may see the same locations on there for a few weeks in a row. And you know, outside of those extremely busy days, there are slower days where that proactive work can occur. But just like we've heard for other things, we're also encouraging, you know, a variety of community outreach efforts and, you know, getting out and just walking in the parks and doing a lot of other visibility within our neighborhoods and connecting with our constituents and our residents that aren't just strictly enforcement during that proactive time. And so there's a balance. You know, we recognize that traffic is a significant concern for our entire city. And, you know, we certainly plan to continue to address, you know, those major areas and as the complaints come in. And I do know, similar to last year, we ran a summer kind of strategic traffic plan that will be occurring. It hasn't officially really stopped, but it will be formally occurring over the summer again. And that is mainly coordinated by the chief's office on kind of what that looks like, with input obviously from my traffic section and our districts.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alder. Harold, go ahead. Harold, we can't hear you.
Yeah, technical problems. I had to switch to my phone.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'll also keep it brief, and I'll keep it to maybe one question and or suggestion to MPD. This is a discussion that we've had with Lieutenant Hannah a couple times during her updates on the speed enforcement actions that MPD has taken. And one of the things that she has pointed out that the focus is really on the highest speeds, and basically if you're not going 15 over or more, you do not get a ticket. And the discussion that we've had is like, well, yes, you want to give some leeway and all of that is fine. But 15 miles an hour over on a street with a 25 mile an hour speed limit is different than going 15 over on the Beltline. And as we've seen in the presentation at the beginning of the meeting, 15 miles an hour makes a huge difference when it comes to preventing crashes and to the consequences of crashes. And I think it also does something to the safety culture. If like everybody has the assumption like, oh yeah, I can go at least 10 over, nothing's going to happen here. So I think that might be something that MPD should think about, reconsider if that threshold should be lowered across the board to like a fixed, like maybe it should be 10 miles an hour. Maybe it should be a percentage of the speed limit to like capture that difference between the Beltline and the 20 mile an hour residential street. Like, you know, you don't get a ticket unless you're going at least 10% over the speed limit or 20% or whatever it may be. So I think that would be something to consider. It doesn't address the specific case because this person, as we have learned, was going 62 miles an hour. But I think in terms of that culture of setting expectations, that it's not okay to go 40 in a 25 or 35 in a 20, I think that's something to consider. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. And if I may just briefly comment, 15 is not a set number or limit on any of the grants. That is certainly, an example that we provide and often are on some of our higher speed roads, but that is not a limit. We absolutely do traffic enforcement below that during those grants. As we heard public comment, right? We are looking to get some of those highest hazardous violations, and in a variety of areas across our city, I can pull up with a squad car fully marked, get my laser out, and laser a couple of different cars, and oftentimes we are finding cars that are just that. They're driving at those higher speeds, where the one next to them may be 10 over, but they were doing, 13 over, right? So if I got both of those cars with the laser as they're running down the road, I'm gonna stop and pull that faster car over, generally speaking. So just wanted to clarify that it's not a limit in any way on the grants, and we absolutely do make stops under that. But on our higher speed roads, I can absolutely see where that was an example that the lieutenant provided.
Thanks, Harold. Well, in the spirit of time, I do have one question to ask, but I also want to, as I said earlier, every traffic fatality is an unspeakable tragedy, and my heart does go out to Sasha's family and friends, and everyone who came here tonight has my gratitude and the Commission's gratitude for spending your time to try and give us ideas and help us move forward, because as you've heard, we're all very committed to improving traffic safety. So my one question relates to comments we heard from people. Yang, some people were saying that we have increased traffic on Park Street due to the construction on John Nolan Drive. Are you seeing that? Because that, raises an issue from my way of thinking in terms of when we do construction projects, what's the spillover risk to streets where people are going to take alternate routes? Are you seeing that consistently here?
Yeah, thank you. And that's a great question. Yes. So we did see, a little bit increased traffic on Park Street. and I believe particularly actually north from here. I think, yeah, especially like near West Washington Avenue area. I think that's probably the most impacted area, much more than here. That is true. But I also want to point out that it's really hard to judge the safety impact on this, because as one of the speakers mentioned, that more congestion sometimes just slow people down. It could also be a good thing. So it's it's kind of very interesting dynamics. But we can definitely go back to review our crash records as a whole, kind of before the construction of General Drive and after, trying to see we can see a correlation of safety impact and the increased traffic volume.
Yeah, you're right. We did have some of that conversation about Willie Street as well, in terms of the congestion slowing things down. So, well, again, thanks to everybody. Some great takeaways. In particular, I added short-term solutions on Park Street to things to talk about at our agenda meeting, along with Safe Routes to School plan as an agenda item on our future meetings. And all of these topics that we're talking about are always on our agenda to talk about at every meeting, because traffic safety is of the highest priority and certainly gets our attention at every meeting. Any last comments before we move on? And again, thanks to everybody for all of the extensive discussion. Okay. Thanks so much. More discussion to come as we move forward. So item number 4, I'm going to be real brief. This is a discussion that we're required to have per resolution from the Common Council regarding the elected and appointed official code of conduct. Karen Kapustek-Kofel came to TC back in June to review version 1 of the proposed updated elected and appointed official code of ethical conduct. We had a good discussion, good presentation. The updated code was reviewed by many BCCs with certain feedback collected along the way. And back in November 25th, version 3 of the updated code was approved by the Common Council, and that's what's shared in Legistar. And we'll review this on an annual basis. Since the code was reviewed by TC, I view the changes as fairly minor. The most obvious one was the title. It was changed to elected and appointed official code of conduct. And I believe that all of the changes that were incorporated make the code clearer and easier to follow, in my opinion. And I think the most question I get asked most by TC members is conduct toward the media and the press, and what are we supposed to do? And that's well covered in this updated code, I think. So I think that's really helpful. So I'll ask if anybody has any comments or questions on this topic. And Karen is also available if you ever want to talk about it or how it's actually applied in process. She's probably the best person to talk about the practical application. Anybody have any comments? Okay, and again, we'll see it every year as well. Do we have any updates from people on those crossover reports from members who are members of other transportation-related BCCs? Anything tonight? Okay, thanks. In terms of announcements, I have a little bit of what I'd call a sad announcement. Kaylee has submitted her resignation from TC, not immediate, but effective at the end of April, because they will be moving out of state. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to say many thanks to Kaylee for her participation on TC, and we're glad you'll be with us through the end of April, and I'm glad you were with us tonight for this discussion. And again, thanks for all your participation, and we will certainly miss you when you are no longer here. So yeah, so
appreciate it.
Yeah,
all of you too. Thanks for the good discussions.
Yeah, thank you very much. Next, going forward, our list has grown of topics for the March 4th meeting. A couple potential referrals from the council, one which looks like it might be updated TC ordinance. We've had a number of fixes that we've talked about in the past that might need to be made. Regent Street is on the schedule to come back. We have a number of other things. Safe Streets Madison scoring prioritization, which we've talked about needing. The Vision Zero progress report that Yang mentioned. No right on red review and discussion, the annual crash report that Yang mentioned, although I have to work on that name because I think Yang wants me to start calling it something different. Annual transportation improvement plan and the quarterly traffic safety report. So that's a lot for one meeting. So we might have to push some of those forward. Again, I'm adding safe routes to school plan. That'll be sometime in March, I think Yang mentioned. And then some short-term solutions on Park Street will be something that we'll want to bring back. Is there anything else that anybody wants to add to the list? I mean, the list of suggestions from commissioners is in Legistar, and you can see that we've completed a number of them, and I leave them on there and cross them out so that you can see that we're making progress. So Alder Harrington McKinney, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Tonight's meeting, because it was called because of that death, but there was quite an in-depth discussion that we needed to have. And it was a meeting that I felt more engaged in than I have felt before. One of the challenges that one of the alders made is better communication with WSDOT. And so I'm putting this before your body because we have three alders on the Transportation Commission. We had comments from and I was so impressed with Christoph. And it just seems to me, and I'm going to put this to the alders that serve on the Transportation Commission, that we really do need to schedule a meeting with Christoph to really digest some of the conversations that went on tonight. Madam Chair, you might want to be a part of that. But this was really an in-depth meeting. And I raised my hand and lowered my hand several times because the discussions touched on what I would have wanted to touch on. But it was an excellent meeting. And we really do need to begin to really coalesce and find out, what is it that we can do collaboratively, especially around the area of school safety. That is prioritized, and that is what I heard tonight. And so I'm going to put a pin in it, but I absolutely will. I absolutely was inspired by the comments from those who signed and made comments, but the depth and understanding of the members of TC was so impressive. And so I just wanted to make sure that I said thank you for all those who contributed to tonight's transportation meeting. And Chair, thank you for the way that you facilitate and bring everybody into the circle. It was a long meeting. I've not even been able to leave my office. I still have to drive home. But it was an excellent meeting, full of content brought on by a situation that none of us wanted it to have, but it was a conversation that was necessary. So I just wanted to end by saying thank you. I am now so pleased to be on the Transportation Commission because there is much work for us to do, and the right people are in spaces that we can move forward collaboratively. And I'm complete.
Thanks, Alder. And I echo everything that you said in terms of what a really impressive, in-depth discussion we had about traffic safety tonight. And, you know, my thanks to everybody, because I've served on many boards, committees, and commissions in the city for a very long time. And this group of people is the most engaged. You do the work, you study everything, you come prepared every time. And I could not be more proud to serve with you on this body. So thanks so much. And it was really evidence tonight. And my thanks to staff, everybody, and, you know, Yang, Christoph, Captain Worley, everybody. I know I'm leaving a lot of people out, so please carry the message back. I know how busy everybody is, and I know how probably burned out everybody is too, Yang, after all of the pressures. But, you know, staff has allowed us to be able to do so much over the past years that we could not have done without staff support. So thanks so much to everybody. And we need a motion to adjourn. Alder O'Brien.
I'll move to adjourn.
Alder Martinez Rutherford.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second, and I'm assuming that we have a unanimous consent vote to adjourn. And thanks again, everybody. Take care.
Good night.
Bye. Thank you.